Hello! Welcome to Space Station Omega. This is a playtest of a game in development for me, the designer, David MK. And this game is being run as part of the Gauntlet Community Open Gaming Gauntlet Con event in 2020. And we're really excited to have everyone here in this game as well as several others that are being run by the Gauntlet community. Jim Crocker is kind of managing all that. He's doing all the magic behind the scenes, making sure everything's good. If anyone has any problems, questions, whatever that I can't answer, I will try to get it for you from Jim or someone else within the community. But I want to go over a few things, namely the community who's responsible for this and several other projects. The Gauntlet is a gaming community and podcast network that focuses on indie RPGs, story games, and the OSR. And they have a website at gauntlet-rpg.com. And this particular event for this weekend, Open Gaming, we host a quarterly free online gaming weekend. And I've been happy to participate in many of those recently. The next installment is going to be probably in the spring. We'll keep you posted. And like I said, this one started Thursday. It's now Friday, 2 more days of it. So if there's an opportunity, you want to get involved, want to play a game, go ahead and jump over to gauntlet-rpg.com and we will try to help you out there. So I want to go over a few things about our community. We have a code of conduct. I'm not going to review that in depth, but I do want to go over some safety tools. And there are many of them out there. And my preferred ones are the X card, lines, and veils. But there are many others, and we can use any that other people are more comfortable with. And the X card for virtual gaming like this is if you want to type in the chat an X or put your arms up or say X card or something, I may not see it right away because of the various screens I have open, but I will do my best to address it. The only thing that I request, if possible, is to let me know what it was. We don't have to discuss it in depth, so I don't step on that topic again. Lines and veils is something that I heard about before the X card, where we have veils or things that you want to fade to black that you don't want to necessarily describe during the game. And lines are typically things that you just don't want to have in your game. So in the chat, in the comments, if anyone has a line or veil, please go ahead and enter it in there. And again, if something comes up during play, you're like, whoa, that was like a thing, just type in lines, whatever it is, veils, whatever it is, and we'll try to keep an eye on that. So we're all human. We'll do our best to appreciate that. I typically don't like to see gratuitous violence or sex in most of my games. And given the nature of this particular game, which is modeled after like Babylon 5 and Deep Space Nine and those shows, there's usually not that sort of thing in it anyways. It's kind of family friendly. So that's kind of my things, cruelty to animals and so forth. So if you have anything, please enter it in the chat. And yeah, I see a few here. So another term for fade to black is pan to the trees. Well, we don't really have very many trees in space, so maybe pan to like the asteroids or something. Exactly. That's cool. That's awesome. Right? Sexual assault and content. Right. So these are fairly common ones. If torture or whatever, please let us know and we'll pull back or skip over whatever we need to do to make sure that everyone is happy here. So we're just going to do a round of introductions on us as players. I have pre-generated characters for the players to choose from. And then once we've done a little bit of sort of finishing touches on those characters, we'll do introductions on those and then get started in earnest. So I'll start with me, and then we'll go to Cass and Jeff and Tyler. So my pronouns are he, him, and my name is David MK, because usually there's lots of Davids. And I am going to be the game master, or game moderator is what Cortex refers to it typically. And I will be helping you as players with your characters to challenge and support and cheer on as you both collaborate and compete sometimes, because it's a political drama in space, for what your characters want to fight for. So that could be for the safety of the people on the station. That could be for getting some sort of a reward or accommodation. That could be for anything that you think of that kind of points people at each other through emotions. So Cortex kind of abstracts some things. So we'll get into that more as we play, but it's mostly about the drama. So, I don't care if you use funny voices or not, but as a character, go for what you think you want to do. All right. So go ahead, Cass, introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm Cass. I go by he, him, but they is also fine. I'm a longtime Forever GM, and this is my second Gauntlet Con game, the first one being earlier today. So I'm a longtime Gauntlet supporter and really excited to finally be participating in the community here.
Fabulous. Jeff?
Hi, I'm Jeff. I've been playing for about 45 years. I got out of it mostly because of school and work and other things for about an 8-year period. And I'm coming back, and I'm particularly interested in all that's happened in the narrative game space and how this differs from, in some ways differs, in some ways returns to what we did way, way, way back when with the original D&D. So, yes, that's where I'm coming from. And I'm really excited actually to learn more about Cortex.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it too. Welcome back to the gaming community. All right, Tyler.
Hi there, I'm Tyler, he, him pronouns. I'm a member of the Gauntlet Community Care Committee and a longtime Gauntleteer. I'm really excited about this too. My book shipped today, according to the email, so I'm excited about Cortex, and I'm a massive B5 fan, so I am so excited about this.
Oh, that's awesome.
Looking forward to it.
That is so great. Yeah. All right. Well, I hope we all have a great time today. And I tend to treat these as like pilot episodes. So, if you were to continue the story on, you could always retcon things. But I'm really excited for you all to be here. All right. So did you all get the links to the character keeper and to the map files? All right. Awesome.
I was a late sign up, so I don't think I have those.
Okay. I think I emailed that. You should have gotten an email with a bunch of information.
Let me look. I was watching for it. I didn't see, but it's possible also Gmail is doing things to me. What would be a good thing to search for?
I can just put it in the chat.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah, and that would probably be a little faster. Let's do that. Okay. So there's the character keeper link.
Okay.
And then here is the maps link.
We'll do this again. Okay. Okay, I'm at the characters.
Good.
And the map shouldn't be a problem.
Awesome. So what this game, if for anyone who's unfamiliar with the Cortex system, just very briefly, Cortex evolved early on from this sort of more traditional gaming format, and they had a number of games out, like Supernatural and others. And this was through the Margaret Weiss company. And then Cam Banks and others joined in, and Cam started to design the game specific to the IP it was addressing. So we have things like Leverage and Smallville and Firefly and a couple other ones. And he changed the rules. The designers changed the rules. The core was there, but it was meant to be modular. And so you could pull out and put in things and make some tweaks. So that was Cortex before, right? And then we have Cortex Plus was the ones with Firefly and whatnot. And then what happened very recently this year, they finally published Cortex Prime, which is through Fandom. And what they did is they started unifying the terminology because each of these games had slightly different names for things. So the core engine, modular engine, is the same. It's just been revised to be sort of one holistic model, and you can still modularly build it around. So that's what this game is. It's taking pieces from Cortex Prime and putting them together in a way that I feel best represents the sort of political drama here. So we'll see how that goes.
David,
Hi.
I think our other player has arrived.
Oh my, we have another player?
I believe so.
Oh my gosh.
Greenbrier.
Oh, we have an extra player. Should be only 4 players. Let's see here. I have 5 characters. So I
was probably the last one to sign up. It's possible the site didn't get it right, so if somebody has to drop out, I can.
Are you playing? Are you a player as well, David, or is it just 4 players and a GM?
I am not a player in this. In this program. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
So sorry about this.
No, we're glad you're here. Glad we're here. So
All right.
I was just rambling on about how Cortex came to be for people who are watching this and may not have an understanding. But what we're going to do for you is we're going to kind of, are you new to the Gauntlet? Or are you a longtime fan of the Gauntlet? Can you hear me?
This is my first time doing a Gauntlet event, but I've been aware of it.
Okay. So you know what the Gauntlet is, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So do you have access to the private chat?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have anything above my messages when I got in here.
Okay. So what we have going on are you familiar with Lines and Veils in the X card?
Yes.
Okay. So people have been putting in Lines and Veils comments in there.
Yeah, I can't see any of those. So if anyone wants
right.
to...
Yeah, I can recopy them. There we go. Yep. This one. And there's one. Oh, yeah. They're pretty consistent. So if there's anything that isn't included in that, go ahead and add to it. And again, this can happen during the game. So as I said before, if there's an issue or whatever, you can put your arms up or you can say X or type it in there and hopefully one of us will catch it and announce that. And then we'll just take care of that and move on. So again, we're playing a political space drama, and Greenbrier, why don't you just introduce your name and who you are?
Yeah, I'm Greenbrier, I guess. You can call me Chris.
Hi, Chris.
I don't have anything to promote or plug. I'm just here to play.
Awesome. Do you have any prior experience with Cortex or watching
Yes.
Babylon 5 or Deep Space Nine?
Neither of those, but in general, sci-fi stuff, yes.
Okay, cool. Good. All right. So do you have the 2 links, the character keeper and the maps link?
No.
Okay.
I literally, anything that posted before I showed up in the call is not visible.
There is the character keeper. Copy. There is the map.
Thank you. Okay.
You got him?
Yep.
Okay. So typically when I run this game from scratch, we do world building and character creation, all that. I've quickened it. So we are going to do a little bit of that, but most of the character stuff has been done for Pregens. So if you have the link to the maps, I'd like for you to switch over to that and go to our space sector, which should be page 1. Does everyone see that?
The hex map?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So what we're going to do, let's see here. We're going to kind of just do this a little faster than normal for time. If you see that little gray dot in the middle, that's just representing arbitrarily where the station is. It's just easier to put it in the middle, but we can move it. But what we're going to do, we're going to look at those lists off to the side of the page, space features, then and now. And we're going to kind of just go through those and have each person kind of take charge and pick a couple things from each one of those. So what we're going to do is we'll have Cass, Jeff, Tyler, and Chris in that order, and I'll guide you through it. We're just kind of going to go through it. So on station features for Cass, which 2 features would you like to pick from that list?
Ooh, I think alien and strategic.
Okay. And then Jeff, you get then choose 2 from the next one. The station is near what 2 things?
Let me unmute here. All right.
Sure.
It's near an asteroid field
Mm-hmm.
and a wormhole or stellar gateway.
Ooh. Okay. All right. Tyler, you get to choose 2 from what is the station plagued by?
All right. Let's see here. An alien artifact or life form. And powerful ancients.
Starting to sound like a DS9 episode.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. Are you on the... Oh. Hang on. Move. Alien artifact or life form. And powerful agents. All right. This is quite the epic story we're going to have. All right. And then Chris, we're going to switch to the other side of the page, the then and now. So the then is the war was recent, 1 to 10 years, and we can discuss this. Terrible, costly for all sides. From that experience, the Alliance was created to help the inhabitants of the galaxy to move forward into the future of peace and cooperation. So, Chris, could you share with us a couple sort of major events or things that people still remember from the war? Do you have any ideas for that? I think you're muted.
Yes. Let's say the first ceasefire. Have we decided what the sides of this war are?
No, we haven't yet, because that's going to be. We can talk about that right now. I'm just going to put the first. All right. What was interesting about the ceasefire that is memorable?
Well, the first place that my mind goes is the classic like Federation Klingons. It's brokered by a much more powerful like set of beings.
By powerful ancients?
Yes.
Ooh. All right. And what's another thing? This is collaborative.
Yeah,
I know. I didn't make a list for that one yet. That's okay. So does someone else have a suggestion for another thing that might be referenced during the show?
I certainly would like to know what about this planet that we're orbiting makes it of strategic importance to the people involved, and whether that ties into the war.
Yeah, well, it has to, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is one thing about that we might see? We don't have to completely give the answers to, but what's sort of like a thing that we might see a clip of or a memory of a character? Is there like some like weird planetary defenses? Is there like something else going on? What do you think?
Chris, does that speak to you at all?
I mean, my first thought is that it's either resource or relic rich. I do like the concept of it being near a gate, and that it's maybe just the whole planet is fully armed, or like one big ancient weapon.
Oh.
The old Halo effect.
So we have
The two could be connected, the gate and the planet, maybe built by the same people.
oh, we don't know yet, right? So I'm just gonna write something and let me know if it's okay or not. So planet weapon, right? These are things that have been dropped into the show that may or may not get explored very much during this episode. I want to follow the characters more than the legends. All right. So we have some affiliations, and during the game, if any others are mentioned, we'll add them. So I'm going to put the ancients since they've been referenced. In making the characters, I did generate a little bit of backstory just to kind of get the characters built. So there's the Alliance. Then there's the Iridian Collective, and I haven't defined what that is yet. But they and the Lost are at odds with each other. And that's about as far as I decided to go, because if a player didn't choose one of or either of those, I didn't want to spend too much time on it. So what we have over here is we have a map, a hex map of space, and we have our station in the middle of it. What I think would be cool, if we're able to, using the very challenging drawing tools in Google Slides, is effectively note where these things that we've picked might be relative, right? We're not worried about specific kilometers, or this is a two-dimensional map and it's a three-dimensional reality and all that sort of thing. So we're thinking of narrative reality here. Where do we think, and the people who created it can just go in there and do it. So since someone mentioned a wormhole or a stellar gate, go ahead and mark approximately on the map, like where is that in relationship to the station? Same thing with asteroid field. And then where do the ancients live? Where do we think they live? And where is the artifact from? So since we have 4 players, why don't each of you take one of those, if that's okay with everyone? And we'll just kind of go in the same order. So Cass will take the first one, then Jeff, then Tyler, and then Chris. So go ahead, either with text or with a shape or something, if you're able to, go ahead and mark on that hex map where those things might be.
Okay, so I really love the idea. And so it's okay to grab somebody else's element that they introduced, or should we do our own?
No, you're going to grab the one that's pre-existing. So yeah, Cass,
Okay.
you would do the wormhole or stellar gate. Jeff, you would do where the asteroid field is, and so on. So Chris will do where we think that our powerful ancients live.
Okay.
Do we have an idea of scale?
This is totally up to us. It's at this point, it's narrative, right? This is the sector of space that the show primarily covers. So, at the speed of plot. But if you want something to be large, make the shape bigger, right? If you want it to be far away, then make it further from that dot.
All right, so I'm trying to throw a little something in there for the wormhole. I think, here we go.
Yeah.
Fairly big, and I'll throw a little color on it.
Perfect. And if you want to use the text tool to note what it is so we don't forget.
Yeah, can do.
Perfect. Awesome.
Let me just scale up the text size to be in line with the other stuff.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Perfect. I think the asteroid field is being created. This is not the easiest drawing tool out there.
I like the asteroid field's proximity to the wormhole and the sort of awful questions that brings to mind.
It's almost like there's an orbit of debris where they're made.
What else are we out here?
Yeah, so we're going to have Tyler is going to do where the alien artifact or life form either is or came from. And then Chris will have you note where the powerful ancients, where we think they are in this sector.
Oh. Okay.
So again, this is not about artistic, it's just about plotting our ideas. Oh, that's so cool. All right. So is that like a nebula or something like that? That's really cool.
That's going to be the sentient cloud.
Sentient cloud.
Very, very good. Snaps for that. Love me a sentient cloud.
All
right. And this, you know what? Let me do a different shape. Nope.
Oh, we forgot to, I think I accidentally skipped over this. We need to note the planet. So I'm just going to draw a planet shape here.
How do you change color? Oh.
Did you figure it out?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I'll go for... I am color blind, so this is probably the one I can see the most clearly. Is this green or yellow?
Yellow.
Okay.
And if we can adjust colors for anything else to make it clear for you, please,
we can.
No, it's fine. Everything else is very clear. I'm just red green. I was mostly concerned with there's a lot of reds to pick from, and I can't exactly tell the difference.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. How's that? That's good. Let's do that. We'll put the ancients inside the sentient cloud.
That's awesome. Perfect. Okay. Is it okay if I make the asteroids a little darker in color? Having
I'm just gonna
I just want a little bit more contrast so I
too
can
much.
see them. Oh, you want green asteroids?
No, I was trying to match color.
Oh. Let's see if that'll
Although
work.
having them all be different colors would also be cool, but whatever.
There we go. All right. So we're going to move on to the next page. This is the space station page. And so let's move this one back up here. Okay. So we're going to go in the opposite direction. So we're going to do Chris, then Tyler, and then Jeff and Cass. So there's two options. Space Station Omega is uniquely important for its, and go ahead and pick two from that list. Can you see it?
So I see common station sectors. Maybe I'm on the wrong page.
That is on the right side of the space station page, and we're not at that point. We're on the left side where there's station features. Can you see that?
All right.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So, Chris, have
Okay.
you picked two from the top on the left?
Oh, sorry. I thought that was cast. My bad.
No, sorry.
I'm last this time.
All right. Let's go with, determined location is easy. Let's go with ability to bring opposing factions together and adaptability to various conflicts.
All right. Okay, Tyler, you get the next one. SSO maintains what?
A large market and trade area and a large recreational area.
Okay. Perfect. And then Jeff, what is your station plagued by? You get to pick two of those.
You're muted, Jeff.
You're still muted.
There we go.
There you go.
All right. Let's go with political infighting.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm torn. Let's go espionage.
Okay. There we go. And then for Cass, if you click on the edge of the table on common station sectors, it'll pop over there. I would like for you to highlight, and we'll just like color it or bold it, any two things on there. So there's three different categories: standard, secret, and amenities.
Okay, let's see. I think there is a secret experimental device. I'll just highlight that, and then I think that given all the political infighting and all that, but the potential for bringing people together, I think that we have a very important diplomatic quarters. It's like a central part of life here.
Oh, awesome. Cool. Love it. So now that we have some things chosen, what we get to do is to design the station. So using as much space of this as we want, what I have found to be most effective online is for one person to kind of do the outside, and then the other people kind of divvy up the innards of it, if that makes sense. Does anyone have a clear idea of what this thing looks like just from like a silhouette outside shape? You don't have to be original here. Can steal from any media. Hopefully no one's going to come after us. So that's what we're looking for. Someone to kind of just sort of draw the outside shape of it, and then we can.
I could do
You got
that
it?
if you want.
All right.
Yeah, I got something.
Okay.
It's very simple, but it's let's see. All right, so let's see now how we're going to do this. All right. Now copy that up. 2, 3, 4. We might want to scale this up a bit, but and now let's see. Oh, don't do that to me. Back to have to reselect that every time I do it. I guess I do. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And let's see here. Can I do it this way? Not my favorite drawing program. Let's see. All right. So I have to draw a line and then rotate it, I guess. Let's see.
Oh, are you trying to connect those?
Trying to connect the outer ones, right?
Yeah, you can just stretch it by grabbing onto one side. There you go. Yep.
And then move it over and rotate it maybe a little bit more. There we go. So
there you go.
Oops. That was right. Okay, there we go. All right. And this one. Up. And yeah, I guess I need one more. All right, that's fine. Let's undo that. Copy paste. Oh, no, I don't. I just moved 2. Okay. There we go.
All right. Great.
All right, that is our spaceship. That is our space
station. Yeah, perfect. So, Cass, you mentioned that the diplomatic quarters are going to be really important here. Where do you think those are on this station?
I mean, they're the heart of everything we do. They're at the heart of the station.
Right.
Why even
go
ask?
ahead and type in a text box right in the middle for that. Perfect.
All right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask Tyler, where does the audience know where the experimental device is on our station?
I think I think that I'm going to put it up here on the top section. There we go. Let's make that a little bit bigger. And bold. And now I'll put in a little thing to signify it. There. Do it right there. Come on, tighten up a little. There we go. We'll give her a little.
Nice. Awesome. All right. This is great. This is really fantastic. All right. So let's go ahead and go to the character keeper and have each one of you choose one of the pregens, and then I'll kind of go over some of the things in it. We'll get more into it as we play. And if anyone is drawn to any of them, please let everyone else know. So if you're like, hey, I want to be the ambassador or whatever, go for
I
it.
definitely like Activist for the Lost, but would be happy to play just about everything I see here.
So if you didn't notice, you're going to have to scroll over to the right to see all 5 characters.
I like ambassador or curmudgeon security, but I can go elsewhere if both of those are big in demand.
Okay.
Well, I'm heavy drawn to the word idealistic, so I think I'll go with the commander.
All right.
I am also between activist and ambassador. So whoever wants to make a decision about that.
All right, so let's knock these dominoes over. So if I take Activist, that puts Chris in Ambassador and Tyler on... All right.
Curmudgeon.
And we got a commander.
Good
So
job.
The only one that was not chosen was the surveyor. Awesome. Okay, cool. So go ahead and row 2, that would be your player name and pronouns. So go ahead and type that in there. Make sure you're on the right one. And for speed, I'm going to play the surveyor as an NPC because of their relationships, how they've been mapped already. But if we don't ever interact with the surveyor, I will not be hurt. Okay, so let me just kind of do a quick walkthrough here. Appearance and personality will let you decide. We'll need to decide if we're all going to have humans or humans and aliens or however we want to define that. That's just a quick conversation. History just has some blanks in it that kind of ground you in the fiction we have here. Everything below profile has some sort of mechanical thing going on with it. And so that background is kind of like your high concept, if you're familiar with Fate. It's always gets rolled into your dice pool. Cortex Prime is a dice pool game system. However, you get to decide if you're going to use it in a beneficial or complicated way. So if you think that this is a beneficial use of it, you would roll a D8. If you want to complicate your life, you roll a D4. You might say, well, why would I do that? Well, there's a couple of reasons. One, if you think it's interesting for the story, you think, I think this would be fun, whatever. The other is mechanical. Whenever you yourself put in a D4 into any pool, by choice or because your stat is assigned to it, you get a plot point out of it automatically. But that also means that if you roll a 1 with any of your dice, those are not counted in the addition of the 2 highest. They become potential candidates for me to buy from you, giving more plot points to complicate the lives of our protagonists here. So some people will just do it to try to get more plot points, and some people do it because they like to have complicated lives for their characters. And so we all have characters that are going to start with 3 plot points. To the right of that is status and growth. And what status keeps track of is if you have stress or trauma, and you take stress first. If you don't clear it and you're still taking more stress, then you start taking trauma, which is much harder to get rid of. Stress is relatively easy due to fiction to get rid of, but trauma is like serious damage, mental, physical, however you want to define it. Whenever you take stress and you don't get rid of it right away, or trauma, you can start taking conditions, and those are kind of down in the red color if you can see red. And those basically, if you have a condition and you're doing something where the condition could complicate your life, I get to add that die type into my pool against you automatically. So it's an ongoing thing. And then, and in growth, that is how we calculate. I'm using a variation of experience in this game based off of a blog that someone came up with some alternate rules. So anytime you track either a condition or you challenge a value or a relationship, you add in there, and that gives you additional dice or advances, experience points effectively in this game. So it's kind of like a carrot versus a stick to say, if you want to be able to modify your character more, you'll get more conditions or you'll challenge your values and relationships more often. Then down below that, the core area, we have values and beliefs, and they're very much interlinked. Values are the mechanical, thematic things. They might remind you of like stats or attributes in other games. And these things change. This was actually an inspiration for masks where you have your labels shifting around if you're familiar with that game. So the dice that you have assigned to them, if you challenge them, they can go up and down, but you have to keep the same number of steps in there. So if you move one up, another one has to go down and vice versa. Beliefs are the fictional components to that, and they kind of are your call to that word. So duty, each character will write their duty slightly differently to reflect what you think duty means to you. And if you challenge one of your values, you challenge the belief statement that's there, you basically have the option of changing your belief statement or changing the value assigned or the die value assigned to that value. So it makes a lot more sense if we get into it. And then the other main components are roles and specialties. And roles are kind of like classes in this game. So everyone will have a D10 and a D8. Your D10 is your primary, your D8 is your secondary. And those kind of govern like your primary capabilities in the game from a fictional point of view. They also govern what talents you can start out with. And there are talents assigned to each role, as well as a list of open talents. So if you have a D10 in something, you've invested a lot of your life into that. If you have a D6, that's considered average for a roll. And just to be clear, you're all playing competent characters. So average is still good. A D4, in how I use a D4, is it's complicated versus I suck at this. I hate I hate that. So if I will never say that you suck at something unless you are the one who says I suck at it. Okay? But it's complicated. So you could have a D4 soldier, you could be a great soldier, but something about you, your life, is complicated. You're not successful in it. The specialties only get assigned to your D10 and your D8 starting out. So I just put something in there for each one of those. If that comes into play, you get to add an additional D6 to your die pool. Any questions on that so far? All right. All right. So then below that in resources. Resources are the optional thing.
One question, quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
And maybe we'll get to this, but I know we're playing Pregens, but can we make minor modifications? Do you want them just as written? Okay.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
This is starting to sound like a character of mine, actually. So I'm thinking I might, just because it's easy to play for me, I already know her mindset.
Good.
I might just tweak it there.
Yeah, there's a lot of front loading to this if you're not familiar with Cortex at all. So I apologize for that. So the resources are very much dependent on situations. So relationships, this is a drama game, so those are important. So if you challenge your relationships, again, similar to your beliefs, values, you could potentially rewrite those and the die steps can go up and down. But if you change a relationship, you also would, that's a challenge on growth. So we'll just see if that happens. Sometimes these games are just too short to really get into this too much, and that's okay. You start with a D8 and a D4 filled out. That's what I did. And that's typically one person to your left, one person to your right, and that's how I did it here. And so you have a beneficial and a complicated relationship. The beneficial is a D8, the complicated is a D4. What I try to do is make them asymmetrical so that you don't have to worry about it being the same both ways, because real life isn't that simple. If you want to modify your relationship after you talk about your characters or whatever, that's totally fine. And then you have some additional relationship dice that have not been spent. So if you decide, hey, I want to have an additional beneficial relationship with that NPC over there, you just write it down, right? And if it comes up, then you get to roll that into the pool. Sectors are locations in and around the station. So we have mapped kind of the station from a high level. As we develop our characters or we note on our sheets sectors, you're more than welcome to annotate the map of where those places are on the map. Okay, so if you're like command and controls over here, the casino's over here, totally cool. So if you bring, or if you go to those locations and there's like a conflict going on, if you want to bring in the beneficial part of it, you can. The complicated ones should always be rolled in there. Sometimes I forget about them. So like I've seen some players purposely invite other characters into a scene to complicate their lives. They get a plot point out of it, but that's the game. And then the last thing are signature assets. So these are typically objects that represent your character that we see periodically. This is my gun, or this is my ship, or whatever. So they're basically like a set piece or accessory to your character. In Cortex, it really doesn't matter if you use a rifle or a gun, because it's just dependent on when you roll all of your dice and pick the two highest, what the outcome is. But it's more for the fictional positioning of your character. So if you have a signature asset like a ship, there's something really cool about it. It gets highlighted. All right. And then the last thing are talents. So what I have in here is just the sort of general background information for each talent role category. So if your primary role is soldier, like on the commander, your talent 1 and possibly talent 3 can be from the soldier. So if you click on the drop-down menu, you can choose one of those talents below. Now, talent 2 is based on your secondary. So if the commander has a politician as a D8, that's secondary, same thing applies. On talent 3, oh, go ahead.
I think the pull down is showing it. The pull down is showing them all to be in one list rather than as a set of selections.
When you choose one of those options, it'll populate.
So I think it's all right. Try it on mine and see if it works.
So I'm just going to choose combat ready, and there you go.
Oh.
Yep.
Huh. So when I click I see. All right.
So there's notes attached to it. And normally when you've in Cortex games, when you have talents, it's usually just the name of the talent. But I just thought I'd give you the rules for that talent just to make it easier so I don't have to flip through my book or anything.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And then the third talent can be another one from the first, or there's a drop down below that from an open talent. So one or the other. The exception to that is if you have a primary or secondary esotericist role. If you want your character to start with basically a power, like a telepath or whatever, or a really strange device, then that takes up 2 talents. So if you go that route, we can talk more about it. It's one of the more finicky things, but I actually, again, chose that from a blog that actually helped me simplify it versus the ability or power list from Cortex. So it's more fictional based and less mechanical based.
Okay. Real quick question.
Yeah.
What does the list before you pull down? It's got like Spec Ops and Warlord and things. What does that mean?
That's the background. So I'll go ahead and pick that again. That just says what kinds of characters typically fit into that talent area of the soldier.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And plus it was an easy way so I wouldn't have this mile-long list at the bottom of the sheet. Yeah. So trying to use a 2-sided sheet as a 1-sided document. So the talents are probably going to be the most challenging to pick given how they're arranged here, but just go with your gut and choose something that you think would be fun. If you're not having fun with the talent, you can always swap it out. So now that I've gone through the character sheets, as it were, does anyone have any other questions about it? You're good, Cass? Okay.
I did switch out my I believe it's the relationships to switch from the surveyor who was over there to the ambassador.
That's cool.
Since that's an active
That's
player.
cool. And then whoever is
I also did that. I swapped from surveyor.
Oh, good. All right. Well, then I'm just going to kick the surveyor out.
I have a question for who's playing the activist, because I made a change on my character sheet and it affects slightly the relationship listed. So the character sheet had them losing their best friend in the war. Because I'm connecting with another character, I changed it to a fiance, actually. So the question is, do you want to be the previous child of that fiance, or do you want to be the child of another friend who I lost in the war?
Ooh. So let's see. So right now we've got this thing where you're very demanding of my potential, and I love that as being like you're like my step parent sort of situation.
Awesome.
So that's fantastic. Let's do that.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, that's fantastic. All right. So
And
gonna-
I picked
Why do you
go ahead.
doing that?
power.
Stop it.
you did pick empowered? Who said that? Was that Chris?
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm talking to the
it's me.
spreadsheet. Never mind me. I think my mic's on. It just did something strange to me. I'm trying to.
okay. And so, Chris, did you go with?
So how does
Yeah.
that work out? I
Yeah.
see I get
Okay. Yep.
triple distinction.
So
3D
effectively,
hinder.
yeah, you only have 2 talents. You have the I have spoken and you have the empowered. So and your esoterist is D8. Yep. So 3D8 or 3D4. Okay. So what you need to do is to choose first of all, what kind of ability are you thinking? Do you have any idea? I can't hear you.
I mean,
Okay.
I've really got a Jedi thing going. Now that I look at it, not sure how much
That's
I want
really
to lean into
ironic.
that. Because I've got a magic sword, I've got the ability to move first in combat, and psychic powers.
Well, that's ironic because my character was from Swoter. But anyway,
So what in this
But
game, let's see, you would get to pick 2 action stunts, meaning the actions that we have in this game are on the notes tab. Does everyone see the notes tab at the bottom of the sheet?
no.
Okay.
notes,
There's
yes. All the way at the bottom.
personnel and the notes.
Talent. What?
It's
what
the
am I looking-
tab.
It's at the
tab
it's at the
bottom.
tab
Oh,
at
okay,
the bottom.
okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the
Got
browser.
it. Got it.
So if you go to column F, there's basic actions, right? Command, craft, deal, fight, help, search, and study. You would choose 2 of those as things that you were capable of doing relatively easily. So category actions with whatever power, right? Within reason. So if you're like thinking telekinesis or telepathy or whatever, you would want to choose 2 of those that you would get that active dice pool to use on. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think I'm gonna go with craft and help.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
I'm not
somehow-
sure exactly what that. Maybe technopathy and some kind of, I don't know how. What could help be as a psionic ability?
Well, it depends. Like it could be healing, it could be like transferal of some skill. It's up to your imagination, right?
Yeah.
So if you're like you don't have anything for that, go ahead and choose a different action.
Ah,
Taking suggestions from the peanut gallery, by the way. But
well, I had another question while you're mulling that. I have under specialties, I have
Mhm.
for soldier, I have firearms listed. I actually see this character as an ex-marine and more of a hand-to-hand. Is there like a martial arts or something I could put there instead?
You can put in martial arts or go for it. Unarmed combat, whatever it makes sense for
Cool.
you. So
Shit. Oh, that's
So
why it
cr-
keeps doing that. All right. I'm sorry. Talking to my spreadsheet again.
so Chris, are you thinking that your character's kind of a protector type?
yeah, kind of
Okay.
something like that.
Yeah. So
Kind
if
of,
yeah,
a religious devotee, some kind
yeah,
of.
yeah. So let me see here. So you could still, if you wanted to, still use fight, but it would be applied in like the defense or protection of others if you wanted to.
Okay. Yeah.
So
But
if
I
you
can-
saw if you saw yourself as like, like doing flips and defending people or whatever, totally fight.
Now that you've mentioned fight, I think I really enjoy the idea of me being able to like conjure spectral chains and just like physically hold someone down who is attacking someone on my side.
Okay. Let's see here. That to me sounds more like craft.
Well, I've already got craft.
Yeah. Let's see. But if it's
I could also
intended,
see like a search type thing where I've got that power from Jedi Fallen Order where I could like read object memory.
yeah. Yes. Psychometry.
Yes, that is it.
Go for it. Perfect.
Yeah, so craft and search.
Psychometry.
I'm a huge nerd, but also somehow an ambassador.
Perfect. All right. Is everyone else okay with choosing their talents and modification? Okay. Perfect. All right.
Talents. Did I get my talents? Let's see. I think
Did you?
I'm just looking to make sure. Yeah, I did. I got those down. All right.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, those are all good. Yeah. Perfect. And then go ahead and start filling in the blanks for your history and your beliefs. And did the commander? Are you changing the signature asset for the commander?
Signature asset.
He had a fighter craft.
No, I was having problems with the spreadsheet.
Oh, okay.
You want to put that back in? Oh,
I
there was
don't-
two. There were a couple things. All right, I can revert, but I'm going to lose some stuff. That's okay.
Okay.
I have a secondary. There we go.
There you go.
I have a secondary keypad that I didn't realize I was leaning on that did a couple things.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, David, what did you say work on now?
Oh, your beliefs
Okay.
and your history.
Beliefs. All right.
I suppose that does sort of beg, what are the sides?
Exactly. So let's talk about that. Did we say that we're playing all humans or there's a mix with aliens?
No, we haven't said anything about that yet.
Okay.
I don't think.
What would you like to do?
I don't mind a mix. I think I'm going to keep her human.
Yeah, I don't mind a mix, but I also like want my guy to be human.
I'm thinking human myself.
Cool.
Is the ambassador human or are you from elsewhere?
So as the activist, I think I'm going to go human as well. I'm curious about the ancients and whether they're, humans who've just been here longer or if they're actually something alien to us.
I guess we might find out, right?
Maybe.
Yeah. So we do want aliens, but no one wants to play an alien. Okay.
So the ambassador, you're human too, right, Chris?
Yes.
Okay.
All
Interesting.
right. So was this war a human war? Or
I
was
want
it
to
human
say
versus
yes.
alien? Okay.
Possibly both on both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let me go back to there. All right. So in this universe, is there an Earth?
If we've got humans, I can only assume so.
Okay. So as shorthand, would this be like Earth government versus colonists? Or would it be something else? That's typically what you see in science fiction.
Yeah. There's also the traveler method of humans that were just like evolved separately on another planet. Something to think about. Not sure I love it. But
I wouldn't mind the idea that it's not just flat Earth or straight Earth versus colonists, that maybe there's a structure around Earth and a structure that was elsewhere that were like co-equal powers running against each other.
So what names do you want to give to those two different powers?
so the Terrans is an easy first
Classic.
choice.
Mm-hmm.
And do we want it to be like a secondary homeworld? Or is it like a disjointed structure, like just space stations out here?
We could go with. I like an idea of a political name rather than it being named for, say, a planet in particular. So maybe like the Dominion or Hegemony or Primarchy or something like that.
There is a name
The
currently in
Alliance.
play, the Collective.
Right. It could be that the ambassador was on one side and the Terrans on the other. What do you think of that, Ambassador?
That would be fun.
All right. All right. So Collective versus Terran. Cool.
And then, how do we see the Lost fitting into this? Like, because they've been displaced by the war in some way.
I like the idea. So kind of looping back to something that Chris mentioned, is maybe they're, the term that the Terrans use is the Lost, because this is maybe an early colony that went out. And so by the time, we caught up, they had developed their own culture, both on their sleeper ships and like here. And so this was like the seed location that their ships went to. And it just happens to have been, a strategic point thanks to this planet and the rift and all that.
So does that mean that the Lost settled on this planet?
I was vaguely thinking that, although if it's like particularly alien, they could also have developed like some habitats in the asteroid field, because that's plenty of accessible resources.
Sure. So it sounds to me like maybe the Lost were the first human contacts of this alien race on this planet.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what does the Collective, how do they refer to the Lost? Do they call them the Lost as well? I'm asking Chris pointedly, since he's representing
Names
the Collective.
are hard.
Are they like are they like the corrupted? Because they're now mixed.
Heretics is fun. I kind of also like the idea that they're like they are like the lauded or the elevated. They're the ones who developed these powers that I now have.
And there's probably all sorts of like rumors and gossip and things that
God knows why, and I do mean that literally.
Little question, Cass. You want to give your father a name?
Ooh. Oh boy, human names. Let me think on that.
Okay, let me know. Because I keep on referring to fiance in this thing, and it gets cumbersome. It'd be a lot easier if I just had a name.
Yeah, my father, fiance.
Cool. All right. So, do we have enough information? Well, let's answer the question of how long ago was the war? When did it end within the last 10 years? Just so we have a good frame of reference. Was it like last year? 9 years ago?
How about we give it enough distance that it makes sense? We built this place up since then. Want to go 5, 7, something like that?
10?
7?
10 years?
10?
I don't want to be too old since I fought in the war.
Have we decided I mean, you could have been a child soldier.
I'm not going to X card that yet.
But we could leave it behind the veil. But
although if you look at most sci-fi anime, they're mostly kids.
Yeah.
it's one of those things where like the actor is like 20 something and they fought in the war and we just don't question it.
Yeah.
But I had a question.
So
how
about
big
7
is the
years?
station?
That's a good question. We don't know what the scale. That's a little bit more important to us than the sector. So I'm going to say 7 years for the war. As for the station, let's see here. I personally don't have a good sense of like volume. So I am open to whatever size we want it to be. It's the size of plot, but I also don't feel like this station is as big as, say, like a Death Star or anything like that.
See, I was almost thinking Death Star sized because like the options we have are tiny little rinky-dink outpost and like basically New York, which each of the orbs are one of the boroughs.
I guess it just depends, like, with the technology, how fast do we think this thing was constructed and what its purpose is. It's just like an early version model to get things up and going. Like
Let's
if this yeah, go ahead.
B5 is 5 miles, top to bottom. The Death Star, the size of a moon, so 1,000 miles probably.
Yeah.
So that's a huge scale difference.
Well, the Death Star also has more internal surface area than B5 does.
Yeah.
So
I could see several miles. I don't know if moon size seems very large.
Yeah. I don't think that we have the special effects budget to do something that big right now. Maybe season 2. Why do we only see the 5 same rooms? Like in Farscape. Do anyone of you watch Farscape? They kept running down the same corridors, but at different camera angles because they look the same from the same angle, but different from different angles. All right. Why don't we say how about like downtown Chicago-y size? Does that make sense?
5 miles per sphere.
We could do that. I'm fine with that. I mean, really, we're only going to be playing for a few more hours. But if this helps everyone to define it, it's totally fine. I'm not going to ask anyone to get out their slide rules. All right.
I'm sorry. I may have missed it in passing, but really quick, I have 2 blanks to fill out in terms of side of the war and joining the alliance. What were the sides of the war, and what exactly is the alliance again?
So the sides of the war were the Terrans and the Collective. All humans, different philosophies, different cultures. And what was your other question?
I joined the alliance to blank. For the alliance.
That's up to you. Like to fight the Collective, to honor your parents.
I think the question is, what is the alliance?
Right.
I also have an alliance bond now that you mention it.
Yeah. So the alliance is the post-war sort of galactic government entity, and that's as tight or as loose as we want to define it.
Okay. That's good for me. That gives me enough to work with.
Okay, cool.
I'll ask then, Chris, is the Collective part of the alliance? Is it now an alliance of Terran and Collective altogether? Or do you think the Collective is outside of it and the alliance is what remains of the Terran and whoever they brought together to fight the Collective?
I like the idea that it is now one, like not at least nominally one entity, because we have that what is it, Organians in Star Trek? Like we have the piece is supernaturally enforced.
Gotcha. Okay, so that works out well. Cool, neat. Thank you.
Cool. All right. So it looks like histories are coming along, and then beliefs. Okay. Good.
Just waiting for names on that last belief of mine.
Oh, sure.
Did you see my chat message? I was suggesting Corwin as my
I did
father's
not.
name.
Let me jump back to that so I can see how you spelled it.
Yeah.
Not like the Rogers Zelazny way.
Sure.
Awesome.
And what's your character's name?
I am going with Mead, Meade.
Awesome. Mead Salas. Do you mind if I step away for a few minutes and get some beverage?
No, I could use a bio.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
go ahead and keep working on your beliefs, and you can work on them in the background. We'll be back in, say, 7 minutes, about 35 after, right?
Okay. Why? There we go. No, that's not it.
Gabriel Murphy, huh? He's got an awesome history.
Thank you.
Let's see here. They're great. Lauded. Okay. Let's change that to lauded. Looks like we're just waiting for Chris to return.
Well, if we have another minute, I'm going to go grab a refill of my soda, and I'll be right back.
Awesome. All right. Oh, there's Chris.
I am just realizing I left my water outside.
I wonder if you meant outside or just outside the room.
I was wondering that too. Like, is that to keep it cool? It's in space. Space water. Tyler, it looks like there's like you've got digital mosquitoes or something buzzing around your background. Do you see that, Cass?
Yeah, it's a little where the overlays wanting to grab hold of stuff.
Okay. I was like, how does he get that effect to work? Like, that's kind of cool.
He just piped mosquitoes into his room.
You don't even notice after a while.
All right, everyone has their beverage?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay, great. So before we begin the show, let's go around and kind of reintroduce, what our characters' names are, what they look like, their history. I think the rest we can just kind of read as we go. But I would like for us to read over the relationships with the other characters too, from down below. So who would like to go first?
Before I know how old I am, I have to know how old Mead is.
Good question. Okay, so
Now, granted, it's not the same marriage, but still.
True.
Could be older than you.
So Mead fought. Oh, I guess we all fought. And let's see. It's been another few years. I'm gonna say early 30s.
All right. So, I guess flip over here. I think that puts Sam in her late 30s, early 40s. That seems like that's enough age difference that it wouldn't be incredibly uncomfortable. Let's see. Going back to character. She's an
This is Commander Samara Sam Jones. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Awesome. So what should I talk about, the history, or what should I talk about?
Yeah, go ahead and name,
All right.
Appearance, history, and then relationship.
She comes from a military family. Is third generation Marine. Eventually rose to commander as a leader of a spec ops team. Think SEALs. And then she met and fell in love with Corwin, Cass's father, as part of a deployment, and then for reasons I won't go to the whole long story, but suffice to say, the war ground him down because he believed in things like in noble things, and eventually he died Sam is convinced it was effectively suicide, that he allowed himself to be killed because he had lost all faith in the morals that were guiding him in the war. She broke down pretty hard on this, started seriously questioning everything about the war, and was moved here because she was already a war hero and they couldn't just get rid of her, but they wanted her out of the direct line of command. And somebody thought, looking at babysitting a bunch of ambassadors would be good for her state of mind. Relationships.
Wait, hang on. I have a question here.
Mm-hmm.
So you're still idealistic?
Oh,
or
yes.
Do you want to change that?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
No, she's idealistic. She's idealistic in the sense that she has come to believe that war is pointless and needs to be stopped. Her ideals have flipped somewhat from when she started out. She's very idealistic. I don't know if you want me to go through beliefs or not, but
let's just jump down to relationships, and we'll as we go through the game, we'll get more into beliefs.
Yep. Yeah. So relationships. Mead is Corwin's son, and she feels close to him and feels highly protective of him because he's what's left to her of him. She sees him in her. She sees him in Mead. The ambassador, for whatever reasons, and I'll let you decide with this, has been a royal pain in the ass and continues to be a pain in the ass. And you can decide why that is.
Okay.
So one of my sacred I'm sort of playing this as I was assigned as a sacred obligation to protect this place, so I'm kind of stepping on your toes just all the time.
That would do it. She was raised to be a Marine. She is still a Marine. She's very very big into structure and protocol. So yeah.
That's awesome. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Commander.
We're
gonna move over to our ambassador.
All right, I am Ramaz. The first thing you would notice about me is the fact that I am covered head to toe in tattoos, various ritual markings, and religious phrases scrawled up and down every inch of my body except for my face. I fought for the collective in the war. I was given my sword, the Savat, at the war's end because I secured the sacred text on the surface of the planet from lauded not terrorists. What is the word? Extremists who wanted to destroy some vestige of the ancient culture. And as part of my obligation toward in receiving this sword, I am charged with protecting. I was assigned to this station to protect it and keep the peace. My feelings toward the Alliance are ultimately optimistic. I think that people can be brought together despite everything.
Very cool.
Yeah.
What are your relationships with the commander and the security chief?
Oh no, I changed that to my relationship with the commander is respected war hero. They keep their promises. A dependable man or person.
Cool.
Unclear. And I have a D4 with the activist. They are too soft and too impractical.
Awesome. It's going to be a conversation.
I had that before any of this relationship building took place.
That's fair. All right, let's move on to the chief.
Alrighty. Gabriel Murphy, usually just called Chief. He's a grizzled late 40s. If you look down at the underneath my character sheet, you'll see a picture of him. He fought in the war on the collective side, was wounded infiltrating the enemy. I joined the Alliance to protect the peace. I believe that I was assigned to the station security officer to placate the collective. And my, let's see, we're not doing beliefs, we're going down to relationships. Yep. All right. Ambassador Ramaz and I are friends or more. I don't know if we're more at this. Hearing your kind of backstory, I have a feeling that that's not. You seem pretty well dedicated, but I don't know. I love a romance in a story. What you think?
I'm not opposed to it.
All right. Well, cool.
There are many religions that don't hinge on celibacy.
I just felt like you might be very driven on one there.
There are religions that celebrate.
This is not one of those.
Okay.
But we got to keep the faith going somehow.
All right.
And my D4 is injustice, not love.
Well, I mean, it could be like, we don't know yet. Will they or won't they?
Excellent. All right. So we're friends, and I think for our show's purposes, we'll get the, there was something in our past. Maybe it's still around. So that's my primary relationship.
Cool.
My secondary, and it's also because the ambassador always has the best gossip, is part of that. And the activist, Mead, takes too many risks. And there's a whole big part of me that is very dedicated to protecting people. And I think that I worry about Mead. They could get themselves into terrible trouble.
So it's almost like Mead has another father figure. Awesome.
Boy, it's going to be hard for you to get in any trouble. You got Marine mom and a second dad.
Well, guys, I want to foment unrest.
You can do that tomorrow morning. It's your bedtime right now. All right. Last but not least, we have Mead.
All right, Mead, who can't get no respect. So Mead is this angular, square-jawed, like lots of crisp lines on Mead. They dress in traditional ship's officer clothes from the Lost Fleet. So red suit, gold suit accented with red. And a lot of folks would compare Mead to a campfire. They're warm and welcoming, but there's a lot of tending that needs to happen. Because like a fire, they can flare up and get really riled up about the Lost, and can also get really burnt out. So there's a lot of swingy highs and lows, and that's just something that you have to accept. Mead fought on the collective side, probably much to Sam's chagrin. I found the Eye, this Orwinian artifact during the war, and I am its keeper because my cool head will contain its fury. I'm the only one who can keep this thing under control, I think. My feelings towards the Alliance are complicated, and I believe I'm on this station to prevent the planet weapon from being used.
Wow, what a burden.
It's hard to be an unruly 30-something-year-old. Let's see, and relationships. So Security Chief Murphy is a positive relationship, unofficially sympathetic to the cause, and helps get needed supplies for my people. Sam, on the other hand, we have complication. So if I remember correctly, you're the ex-fiance or ex-wife of Corwin?
Fiance. We were about to get married when he died.
Great. Okay, I have a relationship like that in my life. So you are constantly demanding, whether it's actually coming from you or that I put this on myself, you're constantly demanding of my potential. You're a reminder of my deceased father, and it's something that is really tangled up in how I view you.
Cool.
Wow. This is awesome.
So I have a picture here. If I can figure out how to make it larger than one cell. Oh,
of
well,
your
go on.
character?
Yeah, the spreadsheet.
Okay. Well, we can address it. So what I'm thinking of is the Orwinian is an alien artifact from the planet. Is that cool? So we actually have a name for them. All right. Awesome.
Wonderful.
Okay. So let me take a look at that image for a moment.
I know it's somebody else. I think I can do it here. Give me a sec here.
Okay.
Yeah, do it oversell instead
Right, there
of
we go.
Yeah. There we
There's
go.
them.
Wow, you look so like perfectly generated. Not a blemish.
Yeah. Well, it is TV. Anyway.
Perfect. All right. This is a great cast. My goodness. One of us ought to write a novel about this and sell it and make a movie. All right. So we have this story. This is our pilot, so to speak. And the pretense of it is, in best of intentions, two rival worlds have agreed to hold peace talks aboard the station. It's up to you to make sure that the talks are a success no matter what happens. What could go wrong? So are we going to say that the two rival worlds are the Collective and the Terrans, or are we going to deal with some other worlds here? Are we going to deal with the aliens and the Terrans, or the aliens and the Collective? What do we think would be interesting for us?
Might I suggest, and this is just a suggestion if others have
Mhm.
thoughts, that this is these are two worlds outside of the Alliance, but that both, since we're doing a whole bunch of political infighting, internal groups within the Alliance would rather see different things out of what goes on there.
Are you saying we're going to have a good old-fashioned proxy war?
We're having a proxy peace.
Right. So this is so it's a so the meeting then is to discuss the entrance of these new worlds.
Well, or maybe just try and figure out some sort of peace between the two of them, and then how that'll relate to the Alliance. And then we'd have various points inside the Alliance who view that differently, whether it could be, we want them in, and another group says, screw it, let's just exploit them.
So my only question is, since I'm Alliance, I assume the station is Alliance. So why are we hosting this? Why is the Alliance?
If they're going to join the Alliance, or if the Alliance is working as a mediator, right, for goodwill and other things, and also potential commerce, there's other benefits too. So I think that the short term sounds like a mediation between these two powers. With the long term potential, one or both might want to join the Alliance, or the Alliance might want them to join them. Does that make sense? Okay.
Sure.
So do we... Okay, here's what I'm thinking, because this introduces two sort of factions that are outside the scope of the player characters, right? Do we want that to be more of a background thing going on, or do we want to dive headfirst into that? Does anyone have a preference? Okay. So let me go over here. I am on the space sector page. We need two new faction names. I'm going to ask Tyler for one of them, since he introduced this to us.
The Mundarans.
Could you type that into the field?
Sure.
Thank you. And then we need an opposing faction or affiliation. Does anyone have a different name?
The Eruvians.
The Eruvians?
Sure. Spell that how you will.
Okay, I will do so. Someone is... Okay, I see what you're doing.
That's how I should have done it. Is there a better way to do it?
Yeah, if you just click on the text box that the text is in, and then you can type inside of that. I don't know if you're not able to.
Let's see. Okay, let me pop out there. Okay, so
There
I'm in
you
the
go.
oversize
Yep.
and
Yep.
okay,
And then just down there in the bulleted list option.
okie doke. There we go.
Perfect. I apologize if I accidentally pronounce them as the Mandalorians. That is not my intent. Right. So I guess the big question is, why can't they settle their peace thing on their own? Why do they need the alliance?
So what if they both need the resource that's down on the planet that we happen to be orbiting or close to, and they've been unable to resolve amongst themselves a way to divide it up?
So does that mean that one or both of them claim territorially, like the planet is theirs? I was under the assumption that was somehow related to the alliance.
Well, that could make sense. I mean, that we're...
We also have, if we look at our first page, we have all these other features out there too.
Oh, yeah.
So don't feel like
it could just
stuck
be
with
chunks of the asteroid belt.
Yeah.
If it's a resource conflict, or wormhole shipping rights.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe they're from a completely different sector of the galaxy and they just pass through here.
That seems pretty cool. That keeps them in tight here on our map, but gives kind of a distance to their conflict.
So I guess my question is, were they here? Have they just discovered the wormhole? Were they here when we built the station?
It could be like a relativity situation where they've been traveling either by stasis or by like warp, and it just takes a while. So like they had a fleet going, and during that entire journey, like our civil war has played out.
I like the kind of idea of a previous claim that, we have to sort of respect, and that's a part of the whole negotiation complex.
Okay. Well, this has given me a lot of ideas. So I think what we might want to do is have the opening, before the credits roll, of you already in the basically like the governance chamber, where you would meet and talk with their delegates, and we can find out a little bit more about what's going on. So let me go and just create a couple names. I am horrible with names, so I want to put this down here. Get that. All right, so I'm just going to put that in here. And no, don't do that. All right. So, Tyler, what do the Mandarins, what do they look like? Because we mentioned there are aliens in here. It would probably be kind of cool to have these as aliens, maybe?
Yeah. I think they're kind of an insectoid-looking species. Exoskeleton and Probably not a direct correlation to anything Earth, but definitely giving across that insect vibe.
Cool. And Chris, what about the Eruvians? What do they kind of resemble or look like to the audience?
First instinct, rhinoceros people.
Awesome.
But
We can totally do that.
outside of that, maybe they're like the classic like gray, but like the almond eyes, gray skin, short,
Okay.
typical alien.
Thick and tough.
All right. So you have an insectoid and a grays type alien race. All right. So, this is a collaborative storytelling game. So if we want, like, again, like some of you already done, if you need help with something or just want to add more to it, we can do that. I'm going to set the stage, and again, I'm going to say, what else do we see? What else do we hear? Just kind of build that out. So we're in the governance chamber. I'm thinking something that can be doubled as like a banquet hall too, to accommodate a fair number of people with partitions and things. Right now it's fairly small, perhaps about a quarter the size. They keep it kind of intimate and private. There's probably some extra security outside. This is like, if not first contact, maybe like the first like official meeting between your station and the representatives of these two parties, and you had to follow a lot of protocols and security measures and all that. So they probably were brought in through two separate doors to avoid any kind of running into each other. And so I see them both in here, standing with their backs to the audience. We can kind of see over the gray and see the table where we have the commander and the ambassador for sure. And then where do we see Mead and Murphy? Are they in the room? Are they outside the room? Where do we see them?
I kind of like the idea. So we've sort of established that we've got a chummy thing going on. If there's extra security outside of the room, maybe you and I are out there catching up or something while the goings on are
That
happening.
seems cool. Yeah, because I would have been circulating to make sure security's in place. Perfect time for us to run across each other.
Love it.
I'm sorry. Can I interrupt with one
Yeah,
thing really
great.
quick? One thing I forgot to specify. I thought of while we were on break during, if nobody minds. So I have a thing in my background having to do with a war memorial. So can we just assume that around the ambassadorial chamber, there are plaques for all the names of everybody who died?
Do you want that to be the war memorial?
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought that would be a
wow.
good war memorial.
Cool.
Okay, so that's how we're running into each other. I was checking in on my dad's part of the plaque, and then Chief and I ran into each other.
Sam, on the other hand.
Love it. All right, so that's definitely going to come up in your first die roll if we get to that. So you're in there, and the introductions are being made, and I'm going to assume that the insect one and the great, like, we can understand them in some way. It may not be explained or explicitly, but everyone can hear it. Maybe there's subtitles on the screen at home. And so they're there, but they're at a safe distance from each other. They're kind of like in temporary desks or tables. And so the insect one, let me get over there until I can memorize this. The Mondorans, their claim, they say that they have a right to the planet. Right? They're making their claim, their official claim, and they have ancient documentation, right? Which, whether or not the Alliance is going to agree to that or not, but that's their claim. We colonized this planet, blah blah blah, and the Greys are upset with this because, according to their religion, the Eruvians state that their deity inhabits the planet, right? And no one can own a holy world. And so that's their kind of point of disagreement over who lays claim to it. One who says they have effectively a deed to the planet, and the other one says, no, our God lives there. And so this case has been brought before you. And as the head officer of the station, you were kind of leading the sort of structure and the neutrality and all those like sort of ceremonial and procedural things, as well as providing insights from the Alliance's point of view. And then we have the ambassador here who's from the collective. And so they open basically they've presented their case. And of course the Eruvians they don't have like a holy book. They have an oral tradition that's been passed down. So they don't have documents or anything like that. And so they put this in front of the two of you, and they want your help to resolve this. So what do either of you have to say to these visiting representatives?
Well, I hope that the ambassador and I have at least discussed division of roles ahead of
Do
time.
you want to do like a
Prepared to give
do you want
up,
to do like
yeah.
a flashback scene of you discussing things? Okay. So what
Sure.
does this look like? Where
That'll be
where
good.
does this take place on
So
the
what does this look
station?
like?
Probably in this room, like as we're preparing it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And then
you
at some
scheduled
point,
to come here
we'll
early.
get word. Have to make
Yeah.
it look nice.
You can make
and
it
at
look
some
nice.
point, we'll get like a notification that the shuttle with both parties is arriving.
So Sam is very businesslike, and she's all about the security of the room, and she goes around checking everything. She has a tech team with her to sweep for any kind of planted listening devices.
Ramaz is a technopath. They
and she
already
thinks-
know whether or not there are listening devices.
Yeah, Sam doesn't trust you. She'll do it her way anyway.
It's fine.
But what do you say? So, Ambassador, you have I assume, a take on this situation and the way you want to handle these people?
Of course. Real quick, can we just refresh on what both sides want in like
Yeah. They both side is saying that this planet that your station is in orbit around is theirs.
Wait, but that's ours. And also, point of order, like we agreed that the Lost settled here, right? Like that was their whole thing.
So the Mandarins said that this belonged to them for a long time. They have their deed, and
Who wrote their deed?
They're returning to claim it. Yeah, some like ancient like legal culture and part of their society. That's a great point. You don't.
They have.
So
they have the
let's finish the flashback scene first, and then we can
Okay,
jump back
yes.
to like discussing those.
Well, the flashback, as I said, flashback is basically. Sam looks at you and says, "I'm here to make sure that everybody is safe and secure, and that we have no incidences. I don't have how this is resolved is your charter. I just want to make sure that everything stays calm and peaceful."
I can respect that, and I promise I'll do my best. This is a complicated matter for me as well. We've got two sides with religious connections to this planet, which, as you well know, I also have.
Sam snorts. You
have
picked up before that she's not necessarily a huge fan of religions,
I can understand that. It certainly costs you and your people a lot. But faith is powerful, and unfortunately, I am the most qualified to navigate that power in this situation.
Yeah, she nods at you at that. It may be grudging, but she nods at you.
All right.
Do we basically, does the scene cut there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we
so
have an idea what we're each doing.
You have an
I think, in the room.
understanding of at least initially of where you stand. Okay.
Yes.
So then we cut back, and the Mandarins, they're, they show you the documents, which, from like thousands of years ago, long before like the Terrans sent anybody out here. And that I'll just say cut back, like, well, who is the lawyer who filed this for you? And they'll say, well, they actually were on this other, on this moon, which doesn't appear to be here in the system anymore. Like that's where the legal council existed.
I'm assuming they have like maps that prove this.
Oh yeah, like they pull up this really cool like holographic map, and according to their ancient records here, the moon would be kind of like where the wormhole is.
They were this legal council. By whose authority did they decide such things? I mean,
well, this legal council worked on behalf of the ancients. They were an intermediary between us and the ancients.
And again, just out of character, the ancients brokered our piece as well, right? Without an intermediary? Okay, that's going to be fun to bring up. Well, I can certainly recognize that this may have been the case the last time you were here. You yourself have admitted that this has changed, and the authority that you have brokered with has granted this world to the Alliance in the time since. Now, I'm not a legal counsel, but that seems to create some sort of...
So, like, almost in unison, they both say, we're here to challenge that assumption, basically.
If only it were as easy as asking them, huh?
And they kind of look at each other like almost like, wait, are we on the same page? Like, can we jointly file a claim for this world against the Alliance and the Ancients? So we're going to cut to the outside where we have Murphy and Mead. What are you talking about? Is this just idle chit chat, or is there like important gossip, or like, what are you talking about?
You said you were there checking the memorial for your father's name. I think I kind of come up behind, and he was a good man. I heard stories of him.
That means a lot coming from you. I wish he were here now. I think just leaving something as big as this in Sam's and Ramaz's hands is, well, I'm worried that we're not, having we're not getting the viewpoint of the lost in there. This is so much to do with my people and the planet that we were displaced to, and now the idea that these other folks are coming in and we don't have any say in it, it just feels wrong.
Well, I'll tell you, everybody seems to want the same thing, and that's never good. People who all want the same thing sometimes start fighting over it. Truth to tell, my guess is Ramaz will tell them how their unjust, and there is no way that they have a proper claim. I imagine that the commander will try to tamp down any sort of difficulties, but in the end, we're going to have to go and talk to those ancients. It always comes back to them, doesn't it?
It does seem to, doesn't it? Just as long as they have that threat hanging over us for the sake of peace, I just can't trust them to maintain this web of alliances.
I gotta agree that I don't trust everything I don't trust things I don't know about, and I don't know a hell of a lot about them. But, Mead, don't you and your friends start causing trouble.
I would never.
Don't give me that.
So we're gonna cut back to the chambers, and you see these two alien representatives intently looking at Ramaz and the commander to see if they're gonna work with them to get this planet.
Surely there must be. I cannot believe that our friends, let me put that slightly. I can't believe that our friends, she puts this on the ancients would have left us with an insoluble situation here. Surely there's some way we can manage to work this out so everybody has what they need.
So the Peruvian, the gray, says perhaps we can meet with the ancients.
Well, the last time they've been seen in this sector was under distressed circumstances. They didn't exactly leave a number to call back. It would be a matter of great ritual importance. Our texts do speak of a way to contact them, but it involves a lot of very costly materials that are difficult to get this far out.
Of course they ask, what are these materials?
Well, there is transparent aluminum crystals, Eruvian coal. There was much puzzling before you showed up as to what that meant. And a very sacred purple ink that my people have perfected the manufacture of on our homeworld.
So then it seems as if you only require 2 more ingredients to affect this communication.
Yes.
And we have access to those.
It would seem.
We look
Sam
forward
smiles.
to beginning the ritual tomorrow.
So it would seem.
Unless there's any further comment from either of you, they're like done with the meeting, and they seem fairly satisfied.
So Sam's comment, being done with the meeting, is that we are, of course, a small station, and our facilities are limited. But I invite you to join us for meals. We have your eating requirements, and if you like, I will have a crewman show you to your quarters.
The Mandarin doesn't seem concerned about that, but the Eruvian does seem interested in being shown there to their quarters. Are you going to have your chief do that, or are you going to just some NPC character does it?
Let's see. Chief, you're chief. Are you your security, right? Yeah,
Yep.
I'm gonna hand it off to you to see that they are secure and undisturbed until tomorrow.
Awesome.
All right.
So the scene in the chambers is done, and then next, I believe we see Murphy and this representative of the Eruvian moving, walking, talking down the hall. And the Eruvian isn't so much walking as they are floating about a foot off the ground and just sort of levitating down the hallway. Like their legs are kind of like moving. What's that, Chris? I can't hear you.
That's theater snaps.
Oh,
Great touch.
So yeah, they're kind of just down levitating down the hall. And this Eruvian is asking you about let's see, what would be a good thing? Asking you about how many people died in the war, in your war.
Well, it's hard to know for sure. So many lost, so many that, it was a hard war. Some people just chose to run, hide themselves, but truth is millions.
And how close were you with them all?
With them all? Well, we of the collective like to say that we're all one, but I knew quite a few very well.
When
Go ahead.
When one of our kind dies, we all feel it. When one of us is reborn, we all feel it.
We in the collective have a similar philosophy, if not so much in practice, that when one is taken from the whole, it affects us all. And when one is born to us, then we are all stronger. It sounds like we're not as different, though perhaps you're a little further along the path than we are.
Perhaps your people are more closely aligned to the center of the universe than we are. Now let's just assume you get to the quarters and the door opens. And before this representative disappears inside their quarters, they turn and bow respectfully to you and say, if you are so inclined, you may visit this evening to further discuss relationships with those departed.
Thank you, Ambassador. Duty permits, I might just take you up on that.
Very well. And they go in. Okay, so then what do we see with Mead after, Murphy left with the ambassador here?
So let's see. So Murphy got called off. I think Mead's gonna linger on their dad's plaque for a little bit, and then I've got an idea that maybe just as they're getting ready to go off somewhere else, there's an awkward run-in with Sam. If you're into that, Jeff. Cool. So I think I'm like just getting ready to go off to the rec space or something just to vent and pump some iron through my feelings. When in comes almost stepmom. So I guess Mead is really interested in seeing how Sam is carrying herself after that meeting. Like, do you particularly project your feelings at all as you're coming out of there? You're muted. There we go.
Yeah, you would know from past experience with her that she very much compartmentalizes and puts on different faces. So she's got her commander face on, and so she is all business and obviously on her way to something. And I kind of imagine them coming on a corner and almost running into each other. And I think her facade there's a moment of the startled. There's a startled moment, and actually, when she's startled, she steps back, and it's not a fully defensive position. It's just a moment startled, but you see her start to drop into like a partly knee-bent crouch and bringing her hands up before she realizes it's you. And she, her blank demeanor, her command demeanor breaks with just a tiny bit of a smile. She says, "Oh, Mead, where are you off to?"
So I want to add that seeing you in like really serious, that persona that you project needs first thing that they do is like a sarcastic salute. But then as soon as you as soon as you break into the smile, that's where Mead is like, okay, this is the Sam that I can relate to.
So what you get back is a very formal salute, but a quirk at the corner of her mouth. Like she knows what you're up to.
I love that. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so sort of like seeing the familial version of Sam, Mead sort of softens a little bit and says, "How did it go in there?"
She sighs, actually, and says, "All in all, pretty well. No blood yet. I am nervous that." How would you say this? What'd you say? Trying to say what she would say and what she feels she could say. Oh, what the hell? She says they kind of punted the problem upstairs, and I'm not sure how that's going to play out.
I don't like the sound of that. If there's anything that I or any of my friends can do to help resolve this before it gets to that level, just talk to me. I don't want to lose our world, and it's this plaque is nice, but with it, it's just Dad lumped into this collective of everyone.
She winces visibly when you mention the plaque.
Mm-hmm. Good, okay.
And she looks at you and says, "Believe me, I am trying as best I can, and I believe the ambassador is trying as best he can to work this out so that everybody's needs are satisfied. My father had a saying, and it took me a long time to understand it, but he said that war is the failure state of politics. We can't afford to let this fail."
So Mead, if this is all right, is going to put a hand on Sam's shoulder and say, "All right, I think that your heart's in the right place, and I trust you. I've seen the sorts of things you can do. We don't always see eye to eye, but I'm putting my hope in your hands."
She smiles and looks back at him and says, "Well, you've been most of my hope for a long time."
Cut there.
Okay.
That was great. So what do we see Ramaz doing post meeting? Where does Ramaz go, or what do they do?
Ramaz has some calls to make. Because needless to say, the supply chains to get that ink are complicated.
Okay. Do we want to like montage that, or
I
do you want to
guess
play out
I was
some of
thinking
that?
it would be a role, but I'm
Yeah,
not
we
sure.
could do that. Do you have any like talents or anything related to getting that?
I have.
Let's take a look.
This is. Sorry, what are my prime? The prime sets are the top two here, right?
So, well, let's see if you have anything that mechanically would work for this.
No.
Spoken. Yeah, I don't see anything there. So this would probably be your politician role, your D10, and then what value do you think you'd be referencing for this role?
Out of all of them, probably truth.
Okay. So what we're going to do is what are the stakes that you're after? Is it your stakes to basically get the ink or not to get the ink?
Yeah, and more so like how many favors I'll have to call in to get the ink,
Okay.
and like
Okay.
what it will cost. More success at a cost in my mind.
Sure. Yeah, so depending on the range of the results, you could end up owing a lot of people, or or you could do very well and it could be like a nice sort of payout there. So what I'm saying is I'm going to put this link into the chat here. This is the role for your party link.
Okay.
Does everyone have access to that? Okay. So what typically in this kind of situation, I will roll 2 or more dice from my pool. And so I have something called a boom pool. And currently it's only at 2d6. So potentially if you start rolling ones, anyone in the group, I can start changing and adding dice to that to make things more exciting for everyone. So this is not that significant of a thing. We're just kind of seeing what kind of tension is brought in here. Those silver discs are meant to represent your plot points. So if there's something that you want to spend them on or something, we can certainly do that. And so basically what you do is you assemble your pool of dice, and then you roll them all. And then you pick the 2 highest. And any ones that are... Yeah,
Sorry,
we'll
how many
get
dice am I rolling?
we'll get to that in a moment. And any ones are pulled aside, and I could potentially buy them off of you and give you more plot points. So what we're going to do is I'll walk you through the sheet here. All right. So you're always going to roll your background, either positively, beneficially, or complicated. So normally it would be a D8 unless you think this is complicated, in which case we would change it to a D4. So what are your thoughts on that?
And if I can, when you say complicated, you don't mean like the task is complicated. You mean that your
Right.
background involved makes it complicated.
Something about this situation in your background makes it complicated. Like you were alluding to that earlier, like favors and things.
Yeah.
So that could be a fictional way to justify rolling a D4, in which case you would get an additional plot point for a future roll.
Yeah, I think I will take the D4 and plot point.
Yeah.
For the reason that I may have fallen out of favor with my the very highest echelon of my faith because of how much I support the Alliance.
Oh yeah. So on your character sheet where it says plot points next to your background,
bump it up,
change
to
that a 4. Yep. All right. And then so you're going to roll a D4. That's the first die in your pool. Then you said truth. So you have a D4 and a D6.
D6, D10 politician.
Yep. And then if there anything down below in resources, that would be appropriate.
I have chamber D8, but I don't know what that...
That means if you're doing something related to or in that sector that's helpful, then you can call on that.
I mean, I have a D6 specialty faith. That seems like it applies.
Let's see. So are you like praying, or how are you bringing faith into this?
More of like a scholarly type deal. Like if they don't want to do it, I will give them a scriptural justification as to why they have to.
Sure. Yeah, so that's an additional D6.
All right. I have entirely too many tabs open. 4 is too many. So that's a D4, 2D6, and a D10.
Yep. So I'm going to roll my 2D6 first.
Okay.
And then we can get into more options if they're necessary. So I'm going to just roll these here. And then we're going to do 2D6 and submit. So I have a 4 and a 5. And in this game, In Cortex, you want to beat the number. What I have added to my version is that if you tie, sometimes there are some things that can happen. So ultimately, if you get a 10, that's a success. If you get 5 more beyond that, that is a dramatic success, which can give you additional sort of effects.
All right, and I click submit to roll.
Yep, you build up your dice pool and then you hit
Yep.
submit.
There we go.
So no ones.
All right.
So you got a 15, right?
Or a 9 with a D10 effect die.
We don't have effect die in this version of the game. I decided not to use it.
Interesting.
So you got a 15, which is a dramatic success. So not only did you succeed, but the material that you got it, which would normally be something like a D6, it's bumped up to a D8. So it's a better version. So you now have been able to secure a better version of what you're hoping to get.
Yeah, so where do I put that on my sheet?
That's an asset. So
I'm not seeing assets.
I don't have a category for that. So what you can do is you can put it in the signature asset area.
All right. Why? Oh, because it's bumping it into a second sheet. Why? Trying to type on the separate line.
Oh.
Whatever. Sacred Ink D8.
There you go. So I'm going to say that your conversation with your contact, they feel like your spirit is in ascension because of the possible interactions with the ancient ones, right? Like maybe this has been ordained. So you get like, instead of like this sense of like, your reputation's low, like it's like the opposite. Like, oh, Ramaz, they like add all these like superlatives to your name. Like, oh yes, you were destined to be part of this. Through your actions, the world will be sacred and will be ours. And then, quote some prayer or poetry at you.
I quote him right back, and I guess end the call.
Yeah, you're just like, yeah, whatever.
Well, no, I take this very seriously. If anything, good. The stakes are way higher for me.
Don't mess this up. Perfect. Okay, so let's cut ahead. Is anyone going to do anything important between that time, which was shortly after the meeting, and like the next day when they're planning to come and do the ritual?
Yeah, well, Sam is going to be nervous about it, so she's going to go find the chief and ask for a report on the security of their guests.
Go for it. And where do you do this on the station?
Well, I'm going to find the chief. Where's the chief?
Probably in the security office.
So before we start that,
can
we note a few things on our station map? So I'm going to say that the diplomatic... Oh, that's not good. I'm going to put the diplomatic quarters over here on this side. Go ahead and note where the security bay or security office is. Oh, wait, you already put the diplomatic quarters in the middle. Never mind. Already done. Thank you.
Yeah. Heart of the station.
Yep, that's right.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I love working on these things.
They're the best.
Yeah. All right.
Just don't try to Zoom without using their Zoom tool, or it all goes to hell.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to put down, I think I'm just going to use this symbol right here. I'm going to get it smaller.
Perfect.
I better give it a, I'm going to give it some color.
And my assumption, unless we specify otherwise, is that everyone has like a station comm link. So like you can, try to contact someone over that if you want.
Gotcha. Okay, so that box there, I'll put in a text if I could put in a text. Oh, it's so hard to put in a text. So I'll just put there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you find Murphy in their office.
All right. So, good afternoon, Chief.
Sir.
She nods, says, are our guests all comfortably billeted?
All hunkered down, Commander.
And we have appropriate security to prevent anything untoward between them for the night?
I certainly hope so. I've made sure that we have plenty of folks patrolling any access between the two. And, I'll be honest with you. Commander, they don't seem like they're all that interested in going and having conversations with each other. I don't think they like each other very much.
I would say you're probably right about that. Smiles at you and says, if they could solve their own problems, they wouldn't be here. Of course, we could solve our problems, we wouldn't be here either. So
yes,
it will be interesting.
You think... I've heard they're going to try and talk to the ancients?
She sighs and says, yeah, that was the plan. Like we didn't have enough wild cards, huh?
And you think they'll listen?
She shrugs, says, I don't know. I don't know what I hope for more. It would be nice to have, and she uses the word in a way that is obviously, how do I put that? It's not disrespectful, but it's not. It's kind of has quotes around it. It would be nice to have God on high come down and solve our problems, but in my experience, that seldom works.
I know you're from Terran. My people moved out. We joined the collective not too many generations ago, and my grandfather always used to talk about a story where in some ancient Earth city, they had a bridge, and that some guy sold that bridge over and over and over again. Seems like the ancients have been selling us a bridge.
Yeah. That's an interesting analogy, she says. I hadn't quite thought of it that way. Let's hope that's not the case, because the end of that story is that the guy who sold the bridge, after he sold enough times, got the heck out of town.
Well, I'm sure that between you and the ambassador, we'll get things settled, but people are going to be on edge if we start hearing from them.
People? She raises an eyebrow.
Nobody in the station particularly. Well, when the ancients talk, big things happen, and small folks don't like big things happening to them.
Yes. She nods, says more of us are small folks than maybe want to think we are. I don't know what's going to happen. I got to be perfectly honest with you, but this station to me represents our hope. It represents the peace that we managed to put together with or without the help of outsiders. So nothing's going to happen to it between you and me. That's an order.
The chief smiles and, yes, ma'am.
She salutes. Says, "Good man. Carry on."
All right. So, later that evening, does anyone else do anything? Does Murphy go visit the representative? Does Mead meet with anyone else? What do we see?
I was thinking it'd be a good time to sow some discontent.
Yeah. It's that time.
Oh, it's rebellion o'clock. Let's see. So
Remind me again why I love you. Go on.
I get that all the time. So Mead has been, despite their very cordial interaction with Sam, is really unhappy with the idea that nothing's coming from this and we're immediately turning to the big bosses. So knowing that it took the Ancients' intervention to stop this war that was displacing and killing the Lost to begin with, they're going to start putting out feelers in the Lost community on the station, and organizing a massive protest, just to swarm the political sector tomorrow.
Awesome.
So I'm pondering potentially using Signs Importance to turn that into a trap somehow, like lay it in such a way that the discussions tomorrow will get public sympathy for the Lost in a big way, but I don't know if I want to do that or just roll with the crowd for now.
Yeah. Which do you think would be more fun?
Ooh, I mean, setting a trap.
Okay. So what does this look like? Like, what do we see happening as the trap is being created? Yeah.
So I think what we get is, first of all, Mead goes back to their quarters and takes out the eye, and sits in meditation with this thing and considers all that they know about just the snippets, the conversation with Sam, and the war history. And with that sort of bigger picture in mind, I think we get a montage of like whispered passings by, and maybe some hard to trace forum posts appearing in the station's net. And before you know it, the Lost on the whole are getting ready to be heard.
Yeah, totally. This is really cool. I'm going to, let's see. So you're basically setting the trap. So what we're going to do is, I think it'd be more interesting for you to take the initiative in setting the difficulty.
Okay.
Right. And is this trap for the ambassadors or the station, or who's the target of this trap?
I think it's the ambassadors. As much as I hate to say it, I think that Mead is going to turn to some straight up othering in order to like get maybe some alliance sentiment onto their side. And so to that end, I think that martyrdom is a strong word, but something that paints the alien diplomats in a bad light is going to be the eventual like trap result.
Okay. So you want these two visiting ambassadors to fall into your trap, and so that basically it's like bad PR.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Cool. All right. So we're gonna have you build your pool, and yeah, that's going to be your primary role, esotericist, so D10. So are you going to use your background as beneficial or complicated for this?
Oh, definitely complicated. This
Okay.
can certainly blow up in my face.
So add another plot point to your score there to 4. So D4 for that, and then your esotericist D10. And what value do you think this best fits with for your beliefs?
Ooh, I think that it fits with my belief in truth.
Mhm.
Given my
Yeah,
very strong
totally.
opinions about the ancients, yeah, I can't
Yeah.
allow us to bring them into this.
Oh, and something that I probably forgot to mention, if you challenge a belief, what that does is it temporarily your value number, your die, gets tripled in dice. And then after that roll, you go down a rank. So if it's like a D6, you would roll 3d6, and then after that it would be a D4. And then at the end of the game, there's this sort of like experience thing. You can decide if you want to rewrite your value, your belief statement, or keep it and adjust some stuff.
I think rather than the ancients not being trustworthy, I want this to be a glory thing. I think that I'm putting my father's legacy on the line because I'm kind of directly lashing out at feeling like Sam isn't doing enough.
Yeah, and then we just had that scene where you were like, "Yeah, I trust you," and now you're like betraying that trust
Yeah.
in a way.
Yep.
Yeah, so your glory is a D6, so you'll be rolling 3d6 into your pool. And are you using any specialties like inspiration or anything on this?
Yeah, I was thinking inspiration. Like
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
pulling some weight with like the people around.
Sure. So that's an additional D6. So I see 1d4, 4d6, and a D10. And then let's see. Okay. Are you going to do this in a sector? Oh, you're using your signature asset,
Yeah.
right? So if you just use it, you get a D8. If you want to use one of its special abilities, then you have to pay a plot point for each one of those that you want to invoke. So if it's just like part of the thing that you're doing, you just get a free D8 rolled into your pool.
I think I'm going to do the clairvoyance. I think that little
Okay.
montage bit where we have focusing on
Sounds
it is
good.
actually using it.
Yeah, so another D6 in your pool.
Okay.
And yeah, basically your special effect, if you're successful, it sets up the trap. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's a lot of D6.
Here's hoping for plenty of juicy ones.
Yay!
All right, submit. That's what I like to see.
Oh, bother. We had the 2 sets of blue dice in there. Okay.
Oh.
So I think this, because the prior roll had no 1s in it. So I remember there being a 5, a 10, a 2, and there was something else. I don't remember. But there were plenty of 1s, definitely.
Yes.
So I'm just going to, I can't remember, so I'm
It
just going to pull
was
that one out. Do you
it
remember
was a
what the
5
other
of
one?
4. It was a 5, a
Oh.
4, a 10, and a 2.
Yeah,
Thank
because the
you.
10 and the 5 made the 15.
Thank you.
So the 2 6s look good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
So yeah, now this is the thing. These ones are for me to play with if I want. And then normally you pick the 2 highest, which would be 2 6s. If you want to spend a plot point each, you could add the 5 and the 2 in there if you wanted to. So that would be like a total 19, I think.
question.
Yeah.
3 1s in a roll is a botch, right?
Basically,
If you're playing with that rule.
What I'm playing with is if all of your dice rolled come up as 1s, that is, what do they call it now? It's some other name. I can't remember. But there,
It should still be a botch.
yeah, that would be like a critical failure. This is what it's going to happen here is I can pay 1 plot point to the player and create a complication at 6, 8, 10, a D10 complication. Or I can spend multiples and get those put into my boom pool, as it were. So currently I still have 2d6. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend 2 plot points that you now have. You can add to your character sheet. And then these are going to be used up. and I'm going to add a D6 and a D8 to my pool. So now I have 3D6 and 1D8 into my boom pool.
And
And
if I wanted to spend for the additional dice, I would do that before all this?
you could do that now if you wanted. You don't have to. But
Okay.
the new plot points that you get from me with the ones, you can't spend those on this turn, but you can spend from your pre-existing pool.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to create a complication, a D8 complication. And let's see, there's not a good place to put this here. Let me put this over here. Okay. Text box. All right. And I don't have a good idea for an icon for this, but I'm just going to put it off to the side and call it Wrath of the Gods. And give it a D8. All right, so I have spent that. Okay, so did you decide if you wanted to spend any plot points to increase that from a 12 or not?
Yeah, I think I'll do that. I want this to be a spectacular success and a mess that blows up in my face. So I'm going to spend the 2 for the 2 additional dice.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to roll in response to that. And I'm just going to, I can't even come close to that. So I don't even have to roll if I don't want to. And that's the thing too. Like I can just decide like, yeah, we give in. So you're going to have a spectacular success here. I'm not going to even roll. You got it. And so what does this look like to us as the audience?
So as the audience, I think that we're going to get a moment of like dramatic irony where we see exactly how the ambassadors are going to trip up. Mm-hmm. So we get that dramatic tension of, ooh, is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? And it does. I think that, let's see. I'm happy to workshop ideas for this faux pas. I think it's got to be something that puts maybe the whole station or the planet in danger. But I'm not quite sure what that looks like yet.
So your trap is a tremendous success, but you're saying what does it look like for this to look bad for the aliens, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. So the aliens fall for your trap, and maybe what it looks like is I have a couple conflicting ideas. What if it looks like their intentions are to like completely remove everyone else from the planet?
Oh, I love that. Okay, so that helps with the othering. That makes it, it's not just the Lost on this planet who have something at stake. It's this station and its strategic position. That's fantastic. Okay.
Yeah, like gone. Everyone should be gone. That's what they're hoping for. Okay.
Yep.
So this news through your followers, through your people, gets probably to the security chief first. Unless someone has a talent or something that specifies you've got like ears to the ground or something like that. And then eventually gets to the other characters because it's so successful. And then what we get is sort of electronic messages are being sent to CNC saying that this is outrageous disrespect, from the 2 aliens. They're very disappointed. They expected more from the Alliance. And I feel like I can never remember their names. Where are they? The Mandarins, the insectoid ones, basically demand restorative justice, or they're going to destroy the station.
Well, hell.
Like they destroyed that moon when the lawyers offended them.
Oh.
Commercial break.
Oh, wow.
So what do we see when we come back from break? What do we? Is this like a huddle or panic or what? Go
I
ahead.
have a thing I wouldn't mind. When does the trap go off? Is this in the night before they're supposed to meet the next day, or is this when they come to the meeting?
So I was envisioning it as like when everybody's getting together to come to the diplomatic quarters, there is a mob.
Oh, so like the next day.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yep.
So are you saying, Murphy, that you wanted to meet with the ambassador or do something else, or
I
before
wanted to
that
meet
happened?
with the ambassador,
Cool.
so maybe we come back and we've got a flashback, maybe.
Yeah. So let's do that, because I don't want to kill the momentum of what just happened. But yeah, let's go ahead and play that scene out, because it seems like a really touching personal scene that then gets betrayed by this sort of uprising thing.
Okay.
So what does it look like? Do you show up in uniform or out of uniform? What does that look like?
What I'm planning, and we've lost Chris for a second, so
He said he'll be right back. Yeah.
So the way I'm figuring it is I've already gone and had this little dinner with those other people with the Greys, and it's me kind of ringing the doorbell for Ramaz's quarters.
Oh, so you're visiting Ramaz.
Right. That's yeah.
Oh, okay. Could we have a little short scene between you and the Greys?
Certainly we can. Yeah.
Okay. So this is what I was picturing, because you sort of did bond, philosophically and culturally for a little bit. So I feel like at some point, the ambassador touches your hand, like almost touches it. Like you feel like a force, like I don't know what to call it, staticky, electromagnetic might be a more scientific term, but their hand doesn't actually touch you, it's near you, but you feel this sort of soft force push against your hand, kind of like when they're pushing off against the floor and levitating. Like this is an extension of their body or something. And it's this very warm feeling, like comforting feeling, like, I trust you, maybe you're a friend. And then you get this sort of shared feeling, like the audience sees, like you're sitting here, they're sitting there, and like we see inside your like headscape, and it kind of blends over. And you get to see for just a moment, like you probably have to like hit pause on your VCR. This is totally like a 90s show. Where you see like an image of like other Greys that have significance to this person. And then that alien, that representative, sees people that were important to you. And we get this strong impression through other things, lightings and so forth, that these were people that were lost in a conflict. So there's this higher sort of feeling of emotion. And then it goes back. And it's like you shared a lost experience on a very deep, deep level. And the Grey sort of doesn't really turn its head towards you, but like there's this sort of like vibration effect around its eyes. And that's kind of like the last image that I have in my head from this character's point of view. What do we see Murphy's response to this experience?
I think you see him kind of deep in thought there and looking down at his hand, and the Greys kind of moving away. Were those all people you've lost?
Those were lost in the first, what you would call, week of our war. They continued for quite some time.
War's terrible. I know. You and the Eruvians, they came here. No, the Mandorans. You and the Mandorans came here because you don't want war anymore. I'm worried that unless we can find something that satisfies us all, our people are already on that planet as well.
The Gray Ambassador, almost like a whisper, like almost like you're not sure if you've even hearing this, says, as soon as the Ruvians find them, they will be replaced.
And I think maybe we get just that close-in shot of Murphy's eyes, kind of hearing that, and the reaction shot.
Perfect. And then we cut to you knocking on Ramaz's door. Perfect. So is Ramaz in their quarters? This is later in the evening of the first day.
Sorry,
Chris,
got
that's
lost
you.
in the tabs for a second.
No, so many tabs.
I have 2 windows with about 10 each.
That's it.
Uh,
I'm a designer. We have 50 tabs in every window.
yeah, I'm sure you do. But anyway,
Anyways,
for convenience, I will say that yes, Ramaz is in their quarters.
Thank
And as you open the door, I'll you got the weight of the galaxy on your shoulders, or you got time for a drink?
Yes and yes.
I brought the bottle.
Come, sit, get out. They'll get out tumblers that they have like stashed somewhere behind like a I guess just in a drawer, but like not an obvious one, you know?
I'll pour. I just had a really interesting dinner.
Oh?
The Ruvian ambassador invited me to come by and have a conversation and light hors d'oeuvres.
I sense there's more than light hors d'oeuvres that you got out of this.
You should talk to him, Ram.
I've been talking to him for 2 days.
The ambassador has been talking to them. You should talk to them. They have a lot in common with us. They all go ahead.
I don't even know. I want to say that I feel something like coming off of you, some kind of psychic resonance, but I'm not sure what that would what that would mean to Ramaz in this case.
Might even just mean there's a mystery.
Yeah, and I think that confusion is prescient, and I'll roll with it. But
Not only that, go ahead. I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you.
if only it were that simple. But I've spoken to my own people, and they have more eyes on this than any of us would like.
I understand that the ambassador for the Aruvians are slanted on this, but gosh darn it, the Moranians are biased on this, but seems like our insect friends, according to them, they're going to wipe out whoever's on that planet if they take it over.
That has not been part of our talks. Perhaps more immediate action is necessary. You should mention this to the commander.
I could do that, and I could do a little digging too if you want me to.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Something tells me that our friend Mead is in this web somewhere.
Let's hope not. I already have enough problems without Mead stepping in. When this is all
Adversity is the spice of life.
Hmm.
Or was that something else? It's been so long.
When this is all over,
So tired.
when all this is over, maybe we can have dinner? Forget a little bit of all this other shit?
I'd like that. For now, cheers.
I think that's the...
Cut scene. Perfect. All right. So what we can do is we can have you make your search roll for information or whatever in the background. But it's 9:13 here. I'm an hour behind. So we're going to be done at 10. So I kind of want to like push things forward a little bit. So we're jump back from that quiet scene to this full-on riot. Exactly.
Right. So what? My question is, what comes in as information to CNC first?
The riot information, and then the
Which will
messages from the ambassadors.
Okay. So when the riot, so I'll probably get the
Mhm.
messages in transit, because when the riot hits, I'm immediately going to mobilize. I'm going to take forces and head to try to control. And my first reaction is to hit the communicator, and you hear barking in your communicator, Chief. Chief, what the hell is happening on my station?
We've got fucking protesters here. They're signs chanting. If I had to guess, well, let's be honest. We know who's behind this, sir.
Job one is to get this calmed down and get it out of the space. If we need to, I authorize you to deploy non-lethal weaponry. We need
Yes,
to clear
Commander,
this.
but we start putting stuns on them, and there's going to be hell to pay.
She sighs and says, "Yeah, meet me down there." And she's going to grab about 4 of her most trusted security people and head on down.
It's like right before you leave with your people, you get the messages from the ambassadors, including the threat from the one. Ramaz, where are you when you hear news of this riot breaking out across the station?
In transit as well.
Where are you going?
I really like the image that I'm like walking there and then the riot breaks out around me.
Yeah. Oh, can we have you like in the market?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. You're walking near the market and the riot just spills out into the area. Perfect. So what does Ramaz do in response to seeing this flood of protest?
They will, assuming that people literally flood the street from all sides, they will very, carefully slide out of the way and then wait and listen. And when they get to the point where, they hear where this is about, I think it's time for them to draw their sword. And
Okay, let's stop there for a moment. You draw your sword. Let's have us build that die pool for your research. What were you specifically looking into, Murphy? You're going to do that little side project, I think?
Yeah. I'm trying to get in contact with everybody I know, getting through the computers. I have people around from my kind of backgroundy things. I'm trying to find out what we can learn about the worlds that the I even made the name and I can't say it. See what's happened? Moranians are doing. I want to get that background of what happens in their worlds. And this is before we've heard the threats. So I'm just wanting to get a good solid background of them.
Right. So you see like there's this montage of you doing research and so forth. All right, let's I'm going to roll for, because this is just a regular test with my dice, and I'm going to roll all of my dice, so 3d6 and a d8. Get to my tab. There we go. All right, so I am going to get rid of these dice. Come on. This. Come on. Come on, people. All right. So 3d6 and 1d8. Okay. So I can also spend dice out of my pool if I want to include more than 2 results. I think I'm just gonna stick with the 2d6, and that means I'll keep my 3d6 and 1d8 for future rolls. So this is the target number that you'll want to beat to successfully find what you're looking for.
Okay.
And let's go over tiers. Okay. All right, so are you going to use your background beneficially or complicated?
I think I'm going with beneficially. It is what I do.
Yeah. So it's a D8. And then roll, are you going to go with, which roll are you thinking would be appropriate here? I think adept would be personally.
Okay. So adept was my specialty of computers work on this?
Yep.
Okay.
If you want to spend a plot point to invoke your investigation specialty in addition to your computer one, you can do so if you want.
Okay.
That'll just get you an additional D6.
Can I use my security computer signature asset?
Oh yeah, you get it, the 1d8 in there, as part of your pool. If you want to include records D6, you'll have to spend a plot point.
Gotcha.
And then what value / belief do you think is appropriate here? Oh, and before I forget, did you lower your glory before? Okay. Perfect.
I did. I lowered it by 1.
Awesome.
I think the belief that's probably coming in here is I know the Alliance must survive because another war will destroy us all. Am I true?
Okay. Perfect. All right. And then you are in your security office, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's another D8 you get to put in there.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So 48, a D6, 2D6.
Yep.
All right. And if I wanted to spend a plot point, I could have more, but that seems like a lot of dice. So I think
Yeah, go for it, because you can spend plot points to add more dice into your result.
Okay. So I'm going with 48 and 2d6, and I'm rolling purple.
Thank you. Woo!
Well,
all right.
Not a single one.
I think I'll be taking the 8 and the 7.
So that's a 15. That's 3, or that's 2 above you need a 13 or higher, which you got. If you wanted to have 5 or higher, you'd spend a plot point and put in like the 6 or whatever.
I'll spend a plot point and put in that 6.
Yeah. So this is gonna, whatever your success on getting this, and given what you have here, I think it would start at a D8, and so this would elevate it to a D10. So you have that as an asset that you can throw into a future roll if you want to.
Okay.
I just see this phenomenal montage of things going on in crypto lore and everything. Perfect. Okay, so we got that out of the way. We have Ramaz with the sword. I'm just trying to get a sense of where everyone is while these actions have. Where is the commander? You're heading down with your people, right?
Right. So you said that just as I'm leaving, this
Yep.
threat comes in. So she
Yep.
stops in her tracks momentarily, turns around, and barks out a set of orders. And so basically says, "I want this whole sector scanned. If there's a particle here, I want to know about it. There's a threat. I need a threat assessment by the time I get back."
So you mean like people looking around at stuff, right?
My people are gonna be looking because I have a threat and I want to know if it's credible.
Okay, so let's take a look at your character. And do you have? Ooh. Okay. If this becomes a fight, you have your third talent, tactical solution, that could help you. Same with combat ready. I think tactical solution would be more appropriate for helping out the station, though. All right. So I'm assuming you're going to go with the D8 for your background.
Let's see. Background. So this is a roll for my
For you're
Yep.
getting an assessment here.
I don't want to slow us down, but I want to make sure I understand as we're going.
Yeah, no, I want to make
background.
sure.
So I'm going to go ahead and pull the D8. Sure.
Yep. And then probably soldier would be the role. What do you think?
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay.
Rolls. So look at my character here. It'll be soldier. This is definitely soldier.
So it's a D10. And what value/belief do you think this is following or challenging?
I think this is following my duty. Protect the station and its inhabitants.
Yep. All right. So 2D10, 1D8. And then...
So I have to think about this for a minute. Do I want to go a D4 instead on that? We'll go 2D10, 1D8 for the moment. All right.
Okay. And then we're down on the resources level. Is there anything that you think would be appropriate from down here?
No, I'm not using my own ship here. It's the magical weapons. No, nothing yet.
Okay. All right. So I kind of feel like if you wanted to roll in your command and control and then spend a plot point on crew, because they're kind of acting on your behalf, that would be appropriate.
Okay, so I see. I have crew under sectors, sensors or crew, either one. Yep.
Yeah. So if you're going to get the D8 thrown in there, so you have 2D8, 2D10, and then for the plot point, you get to add in a D6. And that probably is it.
Okay,
and
so I'm sorry. Let me make sure I followed this. So I followed the D10. I followed the D8. Sectors. I get one of those for free, or
you get the command and control
for free
if you're using that sector to help you.
Gotcha.
Yep.
All right, and then if I throw in a point, I get the crew, which is the D6.
Yep. All right, and I'm going to roll first.
All right.
Same dice pool, and I'm going to get rid of these. I'm just going to get rid of everything because I'm not really using those plot point discs.
2D8.
Clear.
1D6.
So, okay. 3 and 1. All right. Here's what I got. All right. So I got a 14 as my highest, no ones for you to buy off.
Yep.
So you need a 15 or higher to succeed.
All right. I'm rolling khaki. Seems appropriate. So that's actually I think I'm looking at the wrong box here. So it's 1D6. What does a D6P mean on the roller?
It's just a D6.
Yeah.
With
you
pips,
get
instead of numbers.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So 1D6, 2D8, 2D10. All right. I think that's right. Where's submit.
Yep.
So I have a 1.
Yeah.
But I got 17.
So I'm going to just move the 1 off to the side. So you got a 17. Do you want to spend a plot point to make this a dramatic success, or are you okay with just the standard success?
Kind of low on plot points.
Well, I could buy this 1 off of you.
All right, I'll trade you the plot point. You buy the 1, and I'll take the dramatic success.
Yeah.
That sounds fair.
Sure. So, okay, I am buying that off of you, and I'm going to put the complication on here with my other complications.
All
All right, so that's just a
I'm down to 1 plot
D6.
point. I should record that.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to call this with that. How did I say that? Oh, where is that? I think I know where it is. Conflict of interests. All right. Perfect.
So
All right. So yeah, so your stakes were that you wanted to know, what was it exactly again?
I wanted to. I was assessing credibility of this threat
Right.
that came in. Is there anything out there that could hurt us?
Not seriously. Mostly probably property damage, maybe some bumps and bruises.
Right.
I don't feel like the riot is violent at this point.
Oh wait! No! It wasn't about the riot. I was asking. The threat came in from the aliens, and I wanted to know if there's anything out there that could that threat.
So
yes.
you don't. Sorry. Well, you don't know the capabilities. Exactly. You don't know the capabilities of their ship. If they are in fact the perpetrators of the destruction of that moon, then yeah, they could probably take out this station.
Since I had a really good roll and we're using sensors and such, can I get some idea what the ship is capable of?
Yeah, that's a great idea. So yeah, they have plasma cannons, which is more advanced than what the Alliance technology has currently.
And probably would not our shielding would probably not hold up terribly well. All right.
No, and they only came on a small ship. So like just like a shuttle, and they still have pretty powerful weapons.
All right. All right.
So
well, I'm on my way to the riot.
Just as a side, like the Greys aren't threatening to destroy your station. They're more interested in resolving the issue, and were offended by this whole trap thing because they took you at your word. But they're caught up in the trap as well. So they're mostly like a very dissatisfied participant in negotiations versus the other ones who are ready to like draw blood. Okay, so we're about a half an hour away from finishing up here. So what I want to jump back to our ambassador with the sword in the marketplace.
Oh God.
What
Not what I need you doing right now. You have just justified your D4.
Hey, wait until you hear what I'm actually doing with the sword.
Exactly. It could be a calming instrument. Okay, ambassador.
No, I will, however, slam it down on the ground in front of me and use my telekinesis to clear a path.
You have those dice. Do you remember those
That's
effect dice?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to say if you just spend one of those, it just happens. It's
Okay,
just a
yeah.
cool thing that happens. Yeah.
Sure.
Who decided you were an ambassador? All right.
Yeah, so the people are like...
Not me,
parted.
certainly.
So what do we see next from the ambassador? He's cleared his way. People are like, don't have any idea what happened to them. Exactly.
Yeah.
They're like, my sign.
Well, that's perfect because I'm going to get the D4 in my next action for what you just did.
Well, okay. I'm blasting through the rioters, and I will just have the most stock stern expression, and then as soon as I'm in the negotiation room with the other two, it will be apologies. This was unexpected at best.
Well, at least there's that much.
And I can understand that this has caught all of us by surprise, and I hope that you'll respect that it is being handled to the best of our ability.
Oh, okay, we're gonna roll for this. This is amazing. Like we cut like this like scene of you just bursting through the crowd. I see you calmly walking through. Is that how you see it?
But with murder in my eyes, absolutely.
Right. So like there's like people who actually look at you just shut up. Like they're just like, whoa. And then we cut to you showing up in the room, and the two grieving ambassadors are their desks are like further apart due to security protocols. They're now like 12 feet apart instead of just 6. And you go in there and your demeanor changes and you're just like apologize. So I want you to make the first roll on this, and we'll see what the ambassadors do in response to it. This is amazing.
What am I? I'm rolling.
You're gonna roll your background into your pool.
Okay.
You're gonna do it as a beneficial.
Yeah, this is definitely a D8.
Okay.
If nothing else, I've demonstrated a show of like psychic force to the Greys and a show of militant force to the Mandarins? Mondarins.
No one can pronounce their name right. It's a very you need to have
not
extra
even hard.
mandibles.
That's what kills
you
me.
You need mandibles to get it right. Or
it's got a
the
glottal
Greys.
stop and a tongue click at the same time.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, D8 for your background.
So
and I feel like your
D8 for my background.
Roll.
D10 politician, D6 specialty reading others.
Yep.
I spent my day. I think that's it. I wouldn't roll the holy sword into this.
Sure. Which value belief are you going with?
Oh yes. This is. I think this is duty.
Okay.
Or possibly glory. The sword has come out. I am now fully acting as the ordained, the fate has decided that this will be a portentous moment, and I am at the center of it.
That sounds like glory to me.
Yeah.
If you want to spend a plot point to add in your faith specialty on this for a D6, you're welcome to if you want.
I may. Wait, so I have one. If I'm doing this correct, I have 1d10. Or no, 2d10.
You have 2d10. 1d8, 2d10.
1d8, and a d6.
1d6 from reading others.
And
you think your sports fame might come in?
Yeah. If you want it to.
No, I don't think I'm thinking about fame at the moment.
I feel like the Holy Sword 1d8 is enough as the resounding response from your psychic emanation.
Okay.
And then you're in the governance chamber, so you get a 1d8 from that.
So that's 3d8, 2d10, and 2d6.
Yeah, I think that's quite the handful of dice.
Sometimes the gloves come off. Sometimes, unfortunately, it only rolls you a set of 14. Or actually, I can't read the yellow dice.
No, yeah, you're not the yellow. You're the blue.
Okay, well then
that's
any case.
I'm just moving these over. So these that are left in the middle are your dice. So would you like to spend a plot point to add an additional 7 to this to make it a 21?
Sure.
Okay. Sold. All right, so
gotta spend them sometime.
Let's see. Technically, if I roll all high on my dice, I could maybe beat you. I'm gonna go for it. Mostly because of the Mandarins don't want to give up. They feel like they've been slighted significantly here. So let's see what that looks like. Let me remove These. I'm just going to see if I can re-roll those. Roll selected. Oh, God, they sucked. They rolled badly. So
I cannot
you're...
beat, so
No, that's okay. The highest they got was an 8.
yikes.
Or a 9 actually. So your apology goes over so well. What do we see here from the two ambassadors?
I mean, really, what I think Ramaz's move would be is to apologize profusely, assure them it's being handled, and then just move straight into the ritual.
Yes. All right. Because that's what you're here for.
Immediately.
That's what you're
We're
here
all
for,
here
right?
for one
Yeah.
thing.
Okay. Did you create an asset for that ritual?
I have Sacred Ink D8.
Yes. Okay. So they're gonna present the other two ingredients, both of which will be D6 each. So that would be 2D6 and a D8 that you would add to your roll.
Okay.
So we're just gonna go ahead and roll this one into the next action. So what do you, I think Esotericist is the role for this.
Esotericist. Probably Glory again for the same.
Sure.
I am very much pursuing the truth and preserving the alliance. So that'll be a D8, a D10, a D8. Or wait.
You're going to have your background?
3 D8, 3 D6 because I'm adding my faith specialty. I can spend to the chamber, I guess. We are in the governance chamber. I'm not sure.
You're going to get the D8 for free. If you want to spend a plot point on policy or audience, you can do so.
May as well.
So for audience?
For audience.
Okay.
All right. How many dice is that?
So 1D8 from background, 1D8 from roll, 1D10 from glory, 1D6 from faith, another D8 from chamber, another D6 from audience, and then you're going to have 1D8 from the ink and 2D6 from the other ingredients.
48, 4D6, and a D10.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah.
Potential for a lot of ones.
This is getting a little goofy. Let's see
Roll
what happens.
for it.
Well, it's potential for a lot of ones. That's the flip side.
You just don't go.
Or do we want to clear? I'm just gonna.
Yeah, let's just clear everything. So
clear.
I'm just gonna clear on that. Yep. All right, and then go ahead and roll when you're ready.
Submit. No ones.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Whole lot of sixes.
Oh my gosh! All right, so
somehow 14.
Do you have any?
This roll is lower than my previous. It's fine.
I know. Do you have any plot points remaining?
I do. I have 2 now.
Okay. Do you want to add any more of your results to that or not, or just keep it at 14?
I'll make it a 20. May as well.
Okay. I think I can barely beat that if I get everything. Let's give this a whirl.
Do you have anything in your pool to help you?
Oh my god. All right. So the players can spend plot points for opportunities. And what you can do with opportunities is you can reduce complications is one of the main things. We have 2 different complications on the board currently. And that's on the station page. Wrath of the Gods is at D8, and Conflict of Interest is at D6. So you could spend what you would have to.
I'd love to lower Conflict of Interest to a D4.
I'd love to spend my remaining 2 plot points to lower Wrath of the Gods.
So you get to choose. If you spend your 2 plot points on Wrath of the Gods, it'll be down to a D4.
Okay.
But they're your points, I think, point is, so it's your choice, your call. You can get rid of Wrath of the Gods if you want to.
Could I? No, I couldn't. I
No,
only have 2
yes,
plot points.
I thought we had 3. Oh, you have to spend plot
No,
points.
yeah,
Right.
you spent some.
Right. So I'd have to. It's yeah.
So yeah, I'll spend my 2 and get it down to a D4.
Okay.
And if I'm allowed to, can only he spend, or can anybody spend on those?
Anyone involved in this situation and roles
I'm not there.
can participate.
I'm not there.
Yeah.
You're
I mean,
proximate.
I feel like if anyone can contribute in some way to the fiction of this, then that could work. But
Yeah.
he's doing
I
the
don't see it.
ritual.
Yep. No, we're in separate
Because
places.
this is the ritual that's having the effect.
I mean,
is what
yeah.
we're dealing with.
Okay.
Yeah.
So me sending like that research I pulled on our insect friends is not going to shift something.
So I don't feel like that would have helped more with the negotiation or retaliation. That's how I read that. Okay. So yeah, you spend that and you definitely get what you want out of this, which is to commune with the gods.
Yeah, I want to summon the agents and have them sort this out.
Okay. Here's where our special effects budget goes.
This is the Christmas
Really
special.
nice.
We're leading with
So, let me ask you, the players, what does the audience see as the manifestation of the gods in this pilot episode of our show?
So we've placed the gods inside the sentient cloud.
Mm-hmm.
I would really like it if the sentient cloud morphed into the shape of the gods.
So we're talking like cosmic scale.
Yeah,
massive
like
nebula-
what is that guy in the Marvel universe that's just like a shape in the stars, and then there's that big thing.
Eternity.
Yes, eternity.
So we make a non-Marvel Eternity, so we don't get sued by Disney.
It doesn't have to be human shaped. It can be an orb. We don't know.
So we make that. That's what the god looks like. So this god, is he communicating? Like, is his form or its form just outside, or does it come into the station, or does it just communicate to you telepathically?
That is a good question. Oh, here's something. We have transparent. We have crystalline transparent aluminum. So this form will shape up outside, and then just through pure resonance, a voice will be heard through the crystal.
Yes. I love it. The lo-fi effect there. Yes. So the gods commune with you, right? And oh man, this is really weird because I don't want to have my NPCs talk to my NPCs. Okay. So you as the ambassador, right? You're the mediator between the gods and these aliens. How does this resolve? Like how is this negotiated? The gods are favorable to you right now. And you've convinced the diplomats, the aliens, that you're working on their benefit too. So you've got two parties who want to work with you, but they're in conflicting desires.
They sure are.
Timeshare? I mean,
yeah,
you get it for this millennium. They get it for that millennium.
I think we can just let the Greys live down there.
Parts of the planet have an area that is sacred and off limits for the one group, and
no, that wouldn't. No one is ever happy with a 2-state solution
or 3-state.
Honestly, I think I want the Mandarins to be banished.
That's what I was thinking too.
Just an active. They'll be back later for the season finale, but like in the sweeping of the cloud, the Mandarin ship just vanishes. And I imagine that it's just like at that point, me and the gray lock eyes, and the crystal like levitates and colors, and then it's just so we've come to an agreement, and their ship goes to land on the planet, and credits roll.
Hey, I still have a riot
Yeah.
to deal with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, maybe not credits roll, but
I think your mic's off.
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I
Yep.
can hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
So
Sorry.
no, that like I feel like the ritual is going on. So we're gonna like, kind of cut back to the commander and Mead, because they're integral to the story. So what do we see with those two characters?
So when Sam gets on scene, the first thing she does is sort of look around and assess it. Then she unbuckles her sidearm, hands it to one of the guards, finds something to stand on. She's not all that tall, to try to get a view of her from the crowd, and keys into the PA system. And she says, all right, people, I understand your concerns, but you are guests of the, what do we call it? The not
Alliance.
association, alliance on the ship. And in case you haven't noticed, we are all standing in a metal sphere in the middle of vacuum. This is no way to ensure everybody's safety. We have your concerns. We are working our best for you, but I need you now to disperse. And this is, I'm going to call on my middle, and I have spoken of my three, what's it says?
Your talent?
My talent, yes.
Yeah. Let's see that. Okay. When you speak your heart and mind to others, try to change them. So it's command action.
Not quite sure how this works from the description, but figure it out.
This is normally, and it's fine because I may need to change the rules on this. Normally for when you speak to like a main character, but we can treat the riders as like basically like
A character.
a character. Exactly.
The riot is a character, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I feel, do you want us to roll for this and see if it goes sideways, or do you want to go with the fiction and assume that it is successful?
Well, the only reason I'm tempted to roll on it is because I was going to point out that my 1d4 thorn in my side probably comes in here because of what the ambassador just did, which I'm sure it stirred up the crowd.
Okay. I also want to pause for a moment, and because I don't want this to go to waste. But Murphy did find that great intelligence and information there. Is there some way we could work that into some of this as well?
What did he find exactly?
Do you remember?
I found, I don't know if we described what it was, did we?
I don't know if you ever did.
It was plasma cannons. We didn't find like planet destroying tech. We just
that was that was me. Murphy was researching
on Mandarins.
On Mandarins.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have no memory.
The research on Mandarins, will say that you found it, is that they often work their way into using laws to get advantages of different civilizations. So this is kind of like a racket of theirs,
okay.
Right.
All right.
And now you found evidence proving that this. So if they do come back, you actually have something to show to the alliance.
So I can work that in. I can work that in. Say, I will. How she say? The chief has found that there are questions of some of the claims to this land, and I promise you will not lose your homes.
Oh, cool. So you're like assuring them that they will find relief, solace, homeland, whatever. That's very nice. All right, let's go ahead and build that up, that pool. I'm going to roll my dice first, and I think for this, let's just clear everything. Okay. And I'm just going to do my 3d6. because the mob is not intent on destroying the station. They mostly want. Oh gosh. So if you want, you can buy the one as an opportunity, and you can use that to reduce a complication. And the riot should be a complication at this point. I'm not going to worry too much. So if
spend
you
a point,
yeah,
spend a plot point to reduce conflict
Yeah.
of interest because it could come in here.
exactly. All right.
So now my
let's-
pool. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So
So-
you only need to beat my 7, and so you could possibly get that on one die roll here.
Okay.
A D8 from your background, and
I'm going to get a D8. I think this is a D8 on power.
Okay.
This is my authority to command military on board and all in times of crisis on the station.
I feel like this is your politician role, though.
And I agree. I think this is politician. So it's 2D8s. And then what did we say I got from the I Have Spoken? Was that?
So with your I Have Spoken down here, let's see. So
it allows me to reroll ones. I mean, that might be enough.
Yeah, it might be. You can offer 1d8 to be accepted by the other party, or add it to your pool to convince if they refuse. So it's sort of a back and forth sort of thing, depending on the results. I have a feeling you're going to crush the riot here.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I'll keep it. I'll keep it to reroll the ones.
Yeah.
So that's 2d8s. But I think I have a d4 in there because the ambassador just stirred the crowd up.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So 2d8s and 1d4. And I'll take a plot point for that. For that, they'll get to use it later. But submit. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. How many? Which were khaki are mine? Okay, so mine are the 2d8s, 1d4. I didn't clear it first, but
you got a dramatic success.
All right.
So the people are like, they believe you, and they're gonna pull their resolve together to basically give you a chance to help them. So let's see what Mead's doing. What I want to do is I want to see what Mead's doing, and then what I like to do. We're not going to have time to go through like the experience part, but I want to do a quick epilogue from each character's point of view before we wrap it up, and then get your closing thoughts on what you thought of the game. So where do we see Mead in all of this action?
So Mead is horrified when the ancients just swish away the Mondaren fleet. And I think that leaves me with a good spot for my epilogue when we get to that.
Oh, cool. So we get like the reaction of this guy just kind of poof. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So the epilogues, if we were continuing to play this game, would be between now and next session. But if it's just like a pilot and we don't get renewed, it could be between now and whenever. So who would like to go first?
Oh, I got one. So this is the pilot, and we're setting up for a show. Mm-hmm. As the crowd disperses, she sees you looking around somewhat confused and not knowing what to do with it. And she just sighs and says under her breath, just like his father, wrong things for the right reasons.
Oh,
that's my epilogue.
Who would like to go next?
I can.
Okay, go ahead.
I have two thoughts, but I'll ask first on one, and I can go with the other if not.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, you want to pay off the relationship with Murphy and Ramaz, or would you rather not have that in the pilot?
Which one is that?
That We're friends or maybe more. The romantic potential in there.
Let's leave that. We
We'll
had
hold
our moment.
Then I think it's I think we see Murphy looking around in the market, and he centers in and sees Mead and comes walking up, and I think there's like the grab of the arm and the pushing back up against the wall. You just about had my station destroyed. Look, I've always looked out for you, your friends, the rest of the lost. But if you endanger this station again, I'll bust you so far down that they will never remember your name. And I just turn and stalk off.
That is such a good like framing device coming from having introduced the two at the plaque. Ugh. Ouch.
Okay.
First of all, spectacular job, everybody. Second of all, I think really what we see is Ramaz alone in the government chamber, sort of looking down at the planet, watching the gray ship descend, and then just doing some sort of prayer gesture and like walking away, just tired. Because
Nice.
to me, it's no one is Ramaz's friend at this point, really. Like I've accepted my role as mostly a problem in this session.
But you also like saved the station.
Yeah, well, heavy is the head that wears the heavy is the hand that bears the sword.
Yep. No, you solved the problem.
And absolutely no one is happy.
All right, Mead.
Which is the way problems are usually solved.
Speaking of the problem, which ought to be my call sign, so we get this quiet cut down the corridors of the station until we get to a little spot that the audience hasn't seen before. And there's this sort of ominous humming. And gathered in a room around this glowing alien object are Mead and a few others. And Mead takes out the eye and holds it aloft and says, "We've been ignored, walked over, forgotten, and lost at every turn. And they brought the ancients back into this. And look what they did with their power. We can't let this happen again."
Very nice foreshadowing. Very nice epilogues, everyone. So what I'd like to do is something from I got from Rich. Does anyone know Rich Rogers? He runs the Saturday Star Wars games. So he does stars and dreams. So star is like a highlight from the session, and a dream is something that you would have liked to see more of in some way. Sometimes like a mechanic or whatever, and obviously in 4 hours you can't see the entire system. Cortex has a lot of moving pieces that you can add on, and so we got to see a fair number in this session. I was really impressed. But who would like, and I'm going to go first. So stars for me was, I love this cast, I love this story, and how the players just leaned into the drama. I think you were playing the game as it was intended and written so far, and I really enjoyed the family structure and the dealings with faith and the alien. And it felt, what I find really good science fiction is that it deals with humanity, even if it's in a weird format. So I really fell in love with the story that we have here. So all around, great job. So that was my stars. I mean, there's so many wonderful quotable moments throughout the entire episode. Thank you.
I'll go. So stars, first off, I agree. I thought the cast was wonderful. Let's hope we're on FX and Sci-Fi and not Fox, so that we can be picked up and continue. But I thought that we saw really interesting relationships. I loved Mead and Sam. I thought that relationship was neat and deep. I also kind of liked the Mead and Murphy relationship, which I think also has a whole lot of potential to work with, especially since Mead is going to be a pain in everybody's ass. I liked the friendship between Murphy and Ramaz, and I really see as a continuing thing that a story plot of isolation versus trying to keep Ramaz from having that kind of power overcome them, because it would be an interesting look into a character. I think that would be neat. And I thought there was good chemistry between Murphy and the commander. Very business, but I thought the commander was spot on. It felt really very good the way that was handled. Always on point for the right thing. And being the only Terran there, I think there was just, it was neat to see the difference, because it felt like all of us collective people kind of came at things from a different angle, and that's interesting to see in such a quick play. Dreams, I'm going to say, obviously, there's a lot of front load to build in this game. So it meant we spent half in build, which is fine, because I love world build, and I felt like our world build was a ton of fun. For longer play, that's going to work great. But it did mean we had to curtail a little of the character. So, there is that. But I love the world build. I wonder how the mechanic works with so many dice. Is there a huge amount of... It seems like it's pretty easy to succeed. Now, that may be a factor of our rolls compared to your rolls, just from the rolling app. But we had an ass load of dice. We had a lot of dice to work with. So I wonder at tension point. But overall, everything about it is so on genre, feels so good. I liked all the little the moves coming off of things, really neat. I love the beliefs as a part of how you build up that pool. They informed me even when I wasn't using them, and that's a wonderful thing to have in a mechanic. So much of it feels fantastic. I wonder if there's any dice bloat that you may have to look at.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I want to echo, as somebody who loves games that are purpose-built, that the belief system was so nice for me, because I'm often in the shoes of a GM and sort of like spend a lot of time thinking about characters and motivations. So when I get into like the player seat, oftentimes if I don't have something that really encourages that, it can kind of fall on the wayside. And this just like really gave me something to latch onto. I also really loved the friendly antagonistic relationships from everybody. That was it really made Mead a delightful pain in the ass to play, and I love how everybody sort of came together, and how I was able to. We all sort of had things that were focused and informed by the core conflicts, which was really nice. It didn't ever feel disjointed. Everything came back together in a great way. So thank you to everybody, and to David for helping to sort of like shepherd and shape that. Dreams, I think I had noticed the potential dice bloat. I think otherwise I really liked it mechanically. I loved the pre-made characters to the extent that they were, and then the bits where we got to sort of plug and play and fiddle around with them. So I think just very, very good one-shot setup for something that is mechanically potentially heavy.
So a couple things. One of my dreams, and I could comment on the dice bloat, is in some ways I think we were very lucky. One thing that I would have liked to see happen more was more with complications. Part of it was we were very, very lucky. We didn't roll ones, because that's part of what balances, I think, in the system. The more dice you have, the more ones show up, and the more complex your life gets. I wish we could apply. Fantastic landing with like 3 other serious role players. That's great. I love that. It's one of the best things about like playing indie is you run into less role ROLL players and more real role players. Great game, guys. Really terrific. Let's see. I basically do like the dice mechanic, and I felt that the balance. I've played Fate, and if you guys know these systems, and I've played GeneSys, and this falls in the middle for me in a place I really like. It has some crunch, because I like some crunch. So my only complaint with Fate is that Fate's a little bit hand-wavy, but it has that dynamism where you can define things and they don't have to fit exactly written rules, which is wonderful about Fate. So I'm very, 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 very happy with that. Honestly, biggest thing is just I come from an era when we used to get together on weekends and play for 8 hours. So short sessions always seem so short to me. It's like I could have gone on with this for another 4 hours. And thank you again to the GM. Did a great job of not only teaching but running it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. First, absolutely love the aliens. You had so many great little touches with that. The like connection that you set up with Ramah, like with Murphy, that then trickled down to Ramaz, that wound up paying off. I wish I had been more a part of these great relationship scenes with all of you. Like I very much enjoyed watching, but I was kind of off in my own corner, and that's fine. You know, it was a 4-hour session. There's only so much time. And I really liked the way it shaped out. Loved that I got to be cool with my psychic powers. You did a spectacular job teaching Cortex to these people who I'm realizing, am I the only one who had heard of it before this?
I was excited when I saw that another person was running a Cortex game, and I'm like, hey, I want to get into that. Oh, it's at the same time as my event. I guess I won't.
My book is on order. I just finished my first skim through the PDF. I'm hoping to get the book next week. And so for me, there are 2 different games I think I want to run with Cortex. So this was great for me because I want to experience it from the player perspective first.
Yeah.
I've read through Firefly, but haven't played it yet, and I've got the Prime on the way.
Yeah,
No.
we're all waiting for our books to show up.
I missed the Kickstarter because I was in high school when it happened.
Oh,
but
they're going out to stores.
Yeah,
October. What I was going to say is, I really appreciated the values because all of my beliefs are blank. So I was going completely off of values, and I was still able to like hook in and find like a character moment.
No, I really appreciate everyone just leaning into the system and the story, and there were so many opportunities. And what you find with some games, and this is just a thing, when you create some of those resources, some players or the GM don't engage with those very often, so they don't get used as much. But we kept coming back to them again and again and again, which I don't really mind as long as everyone's enjoying it. But I think that's an area that I'm wondering if I can trim down a little bit on, since it's the most optional pieces of the system so far. But I really do appreciate your feedback, and I had a fantastic time tonight. I'm really glad that you played. Please let the people at Fandom who are doing Cortex with Cam, let them know that you really enjoyed the game. And I know that Fandom is going to help Cam get this system out further than what it has been the past several years. So run as many of Cortex games, play, and then let people know. I really enjoy what it does. And I'm really glad.
I had one question for you.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned at the beginning that you were going to be using a pool of some kind, and I didn't see that come up, or did I mishear that?
Oh, no, I use something called the Boom Pool. It's because of Ivanov on Babylon 5 says someday there'll be boom.
Okay.
Boom, boom, boom. That was just my word instead of the Doom Pool from Marvel Heroic Role Playing. And it's just a stable of dice that that contract and expand over the course of play. And you're right, I
Okay.
forgot about some of those complications because they were not on the screen I was looking at. So I would have loved to have used those more often. But yeah, basically, if you don't get a lot of ones, complications are the way that I get more dice that I can use to antagonize the player characters. Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
definitely.
I would love to play a game which featured that a little bit more, so I could just see how that worked. Because that's one of the things that reading
Yeah.
through the rules, I still haven't fully
Yeah.
grasped.
It's,
And the other thing I forgot to do, because it's a relatively recent addition to this version of the game, I forgot to add your conditions into my dice pools for things that would be relevant. That was a missed opportunity on me. So my bad. Yeah.
Well, I was watching.
on us.
I was watching for it, and I never ended up back in that room, so it never mattered. I just keep an eye on it.
Right. But like, I gave everyone a condition to start with, just to kind of give some sort of like emotional cornerstone if they wanted to use that to their advantage. And I just forgot to mechanically engage that. But everyone did a really great job. I like Murphy was stressing like, this is just too much. He changed our pilot from a family friendly to an explicit one. We moved to like Amazon or Netflix suddenly. But no, I just had a lot of great feels tonight, and I just really appreciate you participating in this game. And if you like it, if you want to keep on like a mailing list, or keep on on the pipes about what happens with it, or participate or run it at some point when it's a little bit further along, I'd be happy to connect with you on that.
Cool.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
I'd
going to
love
end
to
this. I'm going to end this broadcast, and like I said, feel free to reach out to me through Gauntlet or other means, and I'll be happy to keep you posted.